Antes de chegar à mesa de milhões de brasileiros, as delícias produzidas pelos clientes da Agropalma passam por muitos caminhos. Caminhos que começam por nossa produção sustentável e seguem pelos mais modernos processos de modificação em nossas fábricas, até encontrar soluções personalizadas para suas necessidades de produção e o paladar da nossa gente. Agropalma, as melhores soluções em óleos e gorduras vegetais passam por aqui. as melhores certificações também.
Para nós podermos ampliar a nossa produção, para nós podermos disponibilizar produto de qualidade, a Biller foi fundamental para que nós pudéssemos conquistar novos mercados, exportação. A Biller foi um parceiro estratégico para nós.
Nós optamos pela tecnologia Biller porque ela apresentava todas as características que a gente precisava nesse projeto específico. De manter a qualidade do produto, mantendo uma eficiência. A gente conseguiu ter um resultado melhor, então só isso aí já faz disso um projeto vencedor.
Living on one planet, we are fast running out of time. As populations continue to grow, the resources needed to serve them are diminishing. For the sake of current and future generations, we need to shift gears. To stop taking for granted that there will always be more, and start finding new ways of operating. Ways which don't just take, but which respect the planet's natural boundaries. To do this, we need to take a stand. To put preservation at the heart of everything we do. We are Corbion. We preserve what matters.
A Daxia fornece há décadas ingredientes e aditivos para a indústria brasileira. Fabricamos e distribuímos ingredientes para diversos segmentos. Investimos constantemente em nossa planta industrial, onde são extraídos e preparados corantes naturais e formulações. Fornecemos um amplo portfólio de produtos para a indústria de panificação. Desenvolvemos produtos de alta performance que aumentam o shelf life, melhoram a estabilidade e agregam textura. Conheça mais sobre a nossa linha completa de produtos. Daxia, ingredientes e aditivos.
A inovação sempre esteve no DNA da Prozin. Desde a sua fundação, a empresa tem criado soluções usando a tecnologia de enzimas que revolucionaram o setor de panificação, como a primeira enzima para aumentar o shelf life de pães e bolos, enzimas para melhorar a qualidade e o processo de biscoitos e massas, e agora o pão totalmente sem aditivos químicos.
A Prozin é uma empresa que oferece infraestrutura e equipamentos de alta tecnologia em seu centro de inovações, com um serviço técnico altamente qualificado e grande experiência na indústria. E além disso, também possui parceiros técnicos e comerciais no mundo todo, que em conjunto com a Prozin, entregam aos clientes as tecnologias mais avançadas em alimentos do mundo. Para cada desafio, há uma solução Prozin diferente.
A Rigel Brasil é uma empresa com expertise em soluções para controle fúngico, com moderno parque fabril e experiência na indústria alimentícia. Mais que uma fornecedora de produtos, é uma parceira da sua empresa que se integra ao seu sistema produtivo. A Rigel Brasil tem uma linha de produtos para controle de fungos voltada para o setor alimentício, possuindo o produto certo para a sua linha. Indicamos a melhor forma de utilizá-los em seu processo, desde controles de qualidade até as relações que possuímos com os clientes e fornecedores. A empresa está comprometida com práticas sustentáveis e responsáveis que se estendem a todas as relações de negócios. A tradição e qualidade de seus produtos garantidos pelos nossos conservantes.
Os dias têm sido assim. A gente acorda, lê as notícias e se depara com a aspereza do mundo, dos muros, dos ânimos. Para tudo. Vamos tomar um café da manhã antes? Porque o mundo fica melhor quando, ao invés de erguer muros, a gente oferece mais um lugar à mesa. É nisso que a ABIMAPI acredita. Somos uma associação de indústrias, de pessoas, de sonhos. Temos a certeza de que somos mais fortes juntos. Acreditamos em famílias que se reúnem em torno da mesa e trabalhamos para que isso aconteça cada vez mais. Do pão às ideias, tudo que se divide também se multiplica. Acreditamos em unir para fortalecer. Esse é o nosso propósito. Essa é a essência dos produtos que representamos. Produtos que unem pessoas. E é assim que queremos ser vistos e reconhecidos. É assim que queremos celebrar nossas datas, dividindo momentos e multiplicando alegrias.
Antes de chegar à mesa de milhões de brasileiros, as delícias produzidas pelos clientes da Agropalma passam por muitos caminhos. Caminhos que começam por nossa produção sustentável e seguem pelos mais modernos processos de modificação em nossas fábricas, até encontrar soluções personalizadas para suas necessidades de produção e o paladar da nossa gente. Agropalma, as melhores soluções em óleos e gorduras vegetais passam por aqui. As melhores certificações também.
Para nós podermos ampliar a nossa produção, para nós podermos disponibilizar produto de qualidade, a Biller foi fundamental para que nós pudéssemos conquistar novos mercados, exportação. A Biller foi um parceiro estratégico para nós.
Nós optamos pela tecnologia Biller porque ela apresentava todas as características que a gente precisava nesse projeto específico. De manter a qualidade do produto, mantendo uma eficiência. A gente conseguiu ter um resultado melhor, então só isso aí já faz disso um projeto vencedor.
Living on one planet, we are fast running out of time. As populations continue to grow, the resources needed to serve them are diminishing. For the sake of current and future generations, we need to shift gears. To stop taking for granted that there will always be more, and start finding new ways of operating. Ways which don't just take, but which respect the planet's natural boundaries. To do this, we need to take a stand. To put preservation at the heart of everything we do. We are Corbion. We preserve what matters.
A Daxia fornece há décadas ingredientes e aditivos para a indústria brasileira. Fabricamos e distribuímos ingredientes para diversos segmentos. Investimos constantemente em nossa planta industrial, onde são extraídos e preparados corantes naturais e formulações. Fornecemos um amplo portfólio de produtos para a indústria de panificação. Desenvolvemos produtos de alta performance que aumentam shelf life, melhoram a estabilidade e agregam textura. Conheça mais sobre a nossa linha completa de produtos. Daxia, ingredientes e aditivos.
A inovação sempre esteve no DNA da Prozin. Desde a sua fundação, a empresa tem criado soluções usando a tecnologia de enzimas que revolucionaram o setor de panificação, como a primeira enzima para aumentar o shelf life de pães e bolos, enzimas para melhorar a qualidade e o processo de biscoitos e massas, e agora o pão totalmente sem aditivos químicos.
A Prozin é uma empresa que oferece infraestrutura e equipamentos de alta tecnologia em seu centro de inovações, com um serviço técnico altamente qualificado e grande experiência na indústria. E além disso, também possui parceiros técnicos e comerciais no mundo todo, que em conjunto com a Prozin, entregam aos clientes as tecnologias mais avançadas em alimentos do mundo. Para cada desafio, há uma solução Prozin diferente.
A Rigel Brasil é uma empresa com expertise em soluções para controle fúngico, com moderno parque fabril e experiência na indústria alimentícia. Mais que uma fornecedora de produtos, é uma parceira da sua empresa que se integra ao seu sistema produtivo. A Rigel Brasil tem uma linha de produtos para controle de fungos voltada para o setor alimentício, possuindo o produto certo para a sua linha. Indicamos a melhor forma de utilizá-los em seu processo, desde controles de qualidade até as relações que possuímos com os clientes e fornecedores. A empresa está comprometida com práticas sustentáveis e responsáveis que se estendem a todas as relações de negócios. A tradição e qualidade de seus produtos garantidos pelos nossos conservantes.
Os dias têm sido assim. A gente acorda, lê as notícias e se depara com a aspereza do mundo, dos muros, dos ânimos. Para tudo. Vamos tomar um café da manhã antes? Porque o mundo fica melhor quando, ao invés de erguer muros, a gente oferece mais um lugar à mesa. É nisso que a ABIMAPI acredita. Somos uma associação de indústrias, de pessoas, de sonhos. Temos a certeza de que somos mais fortes juntos. Acreditamos em famílias que se reúnem em torno da mesa e trabalhamos para que isso aconteça cada vez mais. Do pão às ideias, tudo que se divide também se multiplica. Acreditamos em unir para fortalecer. Esse é o nosso propósito. Essa é a essência dos produtos que representamos. Produtos que unem pessoas. E é assim que queremos ser vistos e reconhecidos. É assim que queremos celebrar nossas datas, dividindo momentos e multiplicando alegrias.
o ano de 2020. Eu sou o Pedro Melete, sou jornalista, fui convidado pela ABIMAPI para conversar com você hoje, para te trazer um relatório completo, cheio de informações do que aconteceu no ano passado no setor de massas, pães, bolos, biscoitos. Vocês veem aqui que a gente está super ambientado, esse nosso cenário montado especialmente para poder te atender. É um cenário virtual, porque todos os protocolos para evitar que a Covid-19 pudesse se espalhar foram adotados pela ABIMAPI. É claro que a gente não podia deixar de começar esse evento dizendo que o ano de 2020 foi um ano extremamente difícil para muitos de nós. Eu tenho certeza que você que está aí do outro lado acabou tendo algum amigo, familiar, conhece alguém que foi vítima dessa doença nefasta, que ainda tem prejudicado tanto o Brasil e o mundo, ainda tem causado tantas mortes, tantas perdas. E para essas pessoas a gente queria dedicar esse momento de hoje. Justamente por isso a gente fez um evento completamente adequado, preparado, com o mínimo do mínimo de pessoas possíveis. Nesse exato momento tem 3 pessoas dentro desse estúdio, para garantir que você aí do outro lado ficasse protegido. Então, pensando em você, a gente adotou uma série de protocolos. Além do distanciamento, a gente está aqui a muito mais de 2 metros um do outro. As pessoas que fazem parte da produção, da organização desse evento foram testadas para estar aqui hoje, para garantir que a gente não transformasse esse momento, que é para ser um momento feliz, que é para ser um momento de alegria, em mais uma oportunidade de circulação do coronavírus. Então, infelizmente eu estou sozinho, mas estou na companhia de quem está acompanhando a gente aqui no evento hoje, porque a nossa discussão vai ser muito produtiva. O anuário da ABIMAPI tem um retrato completo do que foi o ano de 2020, tem aí também uma série de conversas, entrevistas com pessoas que ajudam a formar opinião e analisam os números do que aconteceu no setor, nesse setor de pães, massas, bolos e biscoitos. Pessoas com as quais a gente vai conversar aqui hoje, e eu falo conversar porque você é nosso convidado para participar dessa conversa. A gente tem um chat aberto e todas as perguntas que você mandar vão ser recebidas por mim aqui no meu telefone. Enquanto a gente conversa com os nossos palestrantes, eu vou estar também com a tua fala aqui comigo para poder interagir com eles. Então, por favor, não deixe de dizer lá qual é seu nome, qual é a tua empresa, de onde você vem, em qual cidade você está, se está frio igual São Paulo, se está calor igual ao Rio de Janeiro, para que você participe com a gente dessa grande conversa, dessa grande discussão hoje, que é uma manhã dedicada especialmente para falar sobre tecnologia, para falar sobre inovação, para falar sobre saúde, para falar sobre ciência e para falar sobre como foi o ano de 2020 para o setor da ABIMAPI. Queria começar então convidando para poder dar as boas-vindas oficialmente aqui para a gente o nosso Cicerone, o presidente da ABIMAPI, Cláudio Zanão, que vai aparecer aqui na nossa tela. Cláudio, muito bom dia, muito bem-vindo. Conta aí pra gente então, Zanão, qual que é a expectativa para esse evento, o que a gente pode esperar dessa manhã? Bom dia.
Bom dia, Pedro. Good morning, Pedro. My dear Chief Editor of the Report.
A nossa palestrante internacional, Canta Schelk, minha amiga. Grande abraço, Canta, seja bem-vindo. E aqui no Brasil nós temos a Cíntia da Equilíbrio, o Raul, o psiquiatra Adriano Segal, a Raquel, diretora da Canta,
the director of Canta, Arthur Nilsson, director at Nilsson, and Augusto Pestana, the president of Apex Brazil. These will be our speakers this morning, and this is
what you can expect this morning. Oh, we will have a content-filled morning with different information and high-quality information. Apresentadas aqui hoje e que estão no anuário foram também feitas pela Nilsson e pela Cantor, que tem a condição de analisar melhor do que ninguém como o setor se comportou no ano de 2020. Então, eu vou perguntar para o Zanão o que a gente tem de especial nesse anuário, mas vou pedir para o Gui antes colocar na tela, então, a capa do nosso anuário. Ela vai aparecer para vocês aí, porque ela mostra exatamente o retrato desse setor, o que foi a melhor figura que representa o setor da ABIMAPI em 2020. Está aí a capa do anuário, eu vou pegar o meu anuário aqui para poder mostrar para vocês. Vocês veem aqui um trabalhador considerado como essencial, porque muitas das pessoas que hoje estão participando do nosso evento representam indústrias que não pararam, representam indústrias que atravessaram o ano de 2020 com potência, com força, com resiliência, fazendo com que a gente conseguisse chegar hoje com bons números e fazendo com que o alimento conseguisse chegar na casa das pessoas, na vida das pessoas, nas gôndolas dos mercados. Está aqui na minha mão, então, o anuário físico, o anuário impresso, o anuário que já mostra como foi o ano de 2020. Esse anuário aqui vai ser distribuído em breve para todos os associados da ABIMAPI. Então, se você é associado, não deixe de atualizar o seu cadastro para poder receber ele. Eu vou abrir o anuário, mas antes disso, queria perguntar para o Zanão o que tem de diferente nesse anuário, Zanão, porque a gente tem que levar em consideração que os trabalhadores que constroem esse setor e que fizeram as máquinas não parar no ano de 2020 também foram essenciais, não é isso?
The machines running were essential, weren't they? Yes. 2020 was a year in which we were able to grow significantly in our revenues. We got up to 40 billion reais. And we produced 3,600,000 tons of products that were marketed in 2020, a 5% increase compared to 2019. We have three main categories that are in every household's table. Everyone loves it, everyone buys it in their daily
Zanão está falando de presença.
Zanão is talking about
o
presence.
índice do
So
nosso
here
anuário
we
para que vocês
have
possam
our
saber. Zanão falou do menu de hoje, o cardápio
of
que vocês vão
our
encontrar
revenue,
no
which is
nosso
the
anuário.
menu
Então,
that you
o
will
índice
find
mostra para
in
vocês quais
our
são
morning
justamente
as well.
as
So here we
atrações
have
que a gente
all
tem
the
no anuário, as
topics that are
informações que
being
estão
covered
contidas
in
lá,
this
e aqui
report.
também na
Everything
minha
you
mão
will
a
find
gente
it,
pode
and
mostrar
here
para
you can
vocês
see
que
it as
ali
well, the
no anuário
version in
vocês vão
print,
encontrar uma série
showing
de
that here
informações
you will
relativas,
see
por exemplo,
several
a quem faz
different
parte
pieces
da
of
ABIMAPI,
information.
do
For example,
CIMABESP, a
who is
diretoria,
part
os
of
associados.
ABIMAPI,
Vamos
who
mostrar aqui os
are
logos.
the
Pode deixar
board
o anuário
members and
virtual no
members.
índice. Esse anuário
Let's show you the virtual
vai estar disponível no
version.
nosso site para consulta. Vou pegar
You
aqui,
can
por
also
exemplo,
find it on our
o logo
website.
da
So
diretoria,
here I have the logo of
que está aqui a diretoria lá da ABIMAPI.
our,
Vocês conseguem enxergar
our
aí,
members of
né?
ABIMAPI's
A diretoria do
leadership.
CIMABESP,
You can
todos
see
os
here
logos,
boards,
todas as pessoas que
CIMABESP,
compõem
everyone
as
who
nossas
makes
nobres
up
cadeiras
this
estão lá
amazing
retratadas
team.
e
They are all
devidamente
here
documentadas no anuário.
and
Mas a gente também vai
documented in
falar
our
sobre
report. But we'll
transformação,
also be
qual é o
talking
legado da
about the
pandemia, o que a pandemia
transformation,
deixa
the
como
legacy of
mudança,
this
transformação para o
pandemic,
setor.
what has
Como
changed
que foi
in
o ano de
our
2020,
industry
o que
for
aconteceu,
good,
um infográfico
what
para mostrar
2020 was all
exatamente
about. We will
quais
have
foram os momentos
infographics
importantes para serem
showing
pontuados, o que
specific
esperar do
moments we
futuro.
have to
Tem
pay attention to and what we can
artigo
expect
belíssimo
of
da
the
nossa
future. There is a
primeiríssima convidada
beautiful
que vai falar daqui a
article by
pouquinho.
our
Falamos
first
sobre
guest
fábricas adaptadas,
talking
o Edgar
about
trouxe pra gente
adapted
retrato
factories.
que as
Edgar
fábricas tiveram
also
que
showed
fazer.
us
Trigo,
what factories
sobre
had to do to
exportações,
survive,
o Rodrigo vai mostrar aí as
wheat
exportações
exports.
importantes para
We will
o
talk
setor,
about
sobre o
important
calendário,
export
sobre
figures for
solidariedade,
our
quer dizer,
industry,
de
calendar,
fato,
solidarity. So indeed,
presente para quem acompanha o anuário.
this
E sabe,
is a
Zanão, que eu estava
gift
pensando,
to each and
percebendo
every
e
one of
lembrando
you.
aqui,
And
lendo e olhando o
look,
anuário,
there's one thing
que
that
a gente vai
I
falar
had in mind
sobre
while
vendas,
going through
né,
the
sobre
pages that we will be
exportação,
talking
ou
about
seja, sobre a
sales and
atividade
exports, right? About
das
the
indústrias
end
representadas pela ABIMAPI,
consumer,
das marcas
about
representadas pela
what
ABIMAPI, mas
our
também
members
falamos
expect, but
sobre
also
solidariedade,
we
ou
talk
seja,
about solidarity.
quanto a ABIMAPI conseguiu entregar,
How much
reunindo aí as
ABIMAPI was
empresas do setor,
able
e as
to
empresas juntas
add
conseguiram entregar
value
para a
to
sociedade.
the
E vamos falar
our
também
customers, our members,
sobre
and
as
society
transformações
as a whole.
necessárias
And we
para o
also talk
coronavírus.
about
Então,
the
quer dizer,
transformations that were
uma prova
needed
de que
to
a
face the
associação
coronavirus
está
pandemic.
fazendo o seu
A
papel
proof
num
that
momento
our
importante
association
do
is
Brasil. E
doing
também
it's taking up responsibilities in such a difficult moment. And we have to adapt to be able to keep on working and more efficiently than ever. You are at home where you have been for many months to protect lives in a way that is extremely important for all of us to face such difficult times. Yes, you talked about our organization. I'd like to congratulate the president of ABIMAPI, of our board, and also Ricardo, who are also in our report with their own contributions, talking about what we are showing here in 2020. Definitely. As you said, ABIMAPI is an association that represents our industry with the government. We also create technical guidelines regarding legislation, regulation, and processes. We encourage exports with Apex Brazil. Our association also promotes campaigns to market our industry. We have celebration days like the Biscuit Day, the Pasta Day, and the Bread Day in October. Our association also connects to media producing and conducting research in our area. But our association, first and foremost, listens to its member, looking inward to change our processes to save lives. We have been working remotely for 1 year. Our report shows what ABIMAPI was all about throughout 2020. What happened in 2020? What happened to sales, to finance results? We have written it in an easy-to-read manner in 3 languages, Portuguese, English, and Spanish. But we also have adapted to factories, we have adapted offices, we have adapted to new customer behaviors. The pandemic will leave a legacy, and we have taken measures to save lives in our factories to make sure we could keep the market shelves full. So all of that you find in our annual report. And we will be talking more about this legacy that the pandemic will leave. I'd like to invite all of you to go into our website. You will find not only our report, but the new member portal where you will see everything you need to know to understand what's going on in the market. We have experts who are working day and night to make sure that in that difficult moment of our industry, we produce research and studies for all of you to have real-time information on our industry. But we also invited an amazing and inspiring woman to contribute to our report, a special woman who gave us a gift, an article. Oh, I can't go into details because we're just starting telling the story, and she will tell you the story herself, but an article that, even though is international, follows the Brazilian DNA, what we have best, and what makes Brazil stand out in this industry. So now I'd like let's change the protocol a bit. I'd like you to introduce our first guest of the morning and tell us why she was so important to ABIMAPI, to our industry, but above all to science, technology, and research that will be presented here today. So it's an honor for us to have such an amazing guest with us this morning. Definitely, Kanta Schalk is an expert in the development of technologies in the food and nutrition industry. I met Kanta Schalk in international congresses in Europe and in the United States. Kanta travels around the globe, and that makes her the perfect person to write about that because she sees what happens around the globe. Welcome, Kanta Schelk, my dear friend.
Muito bem, bem-vindo, Kanta.
Welcome, Kanta. So now we can see her on our screen. Kanta, thank you so very much for being here with us today and for having written such an amazing article for us with accurate, valuable information for our industry. I'd like you to talk a little bit more about your article, what you wrote us, before you start your lecture, your talk. Just tell us a little bit about what you wrote about in your report and what people will be able to read. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pedro.
Muito obrigado, Pedro. E muito obrigado, Zanão, Rodrigo, Iglesias. É um prazer enorme para mim estar aqui e bom dia, Brasil. Eu amo o Brasil. Eu conheci o Brasil quando eu estava na pós-graduação, porque tinha um colega meu que era do Brasil, um cientista agora muito conhecido no país. E a sua cultura, a sua herança cultural, a comida do país, o mundo inteiro está esperando pelo que vocês têm a oferecer. Bem, eu sou uma cientista, então a minha apresentação aqui hoje vai ser focada no futuro resiliente do mercado de biscoitos, massas, pães, bolos e outros alimentos cereais. Em 2019, alguns casos de pneumonia causados por um novo coronavírus se espalhou rapidamente da China para o resto do mundo. A comunidade científica tentou descobrir qual era a origem desse vírus, entender sua patogênese, quais eram as melhores formas de tratamento, encontrar os fatores de risco, desenvolver uma vacina, mas nesse meio tempo o vírus fez com que o mundo todo parasse. E em 2020 foi o ano no qual o coronavírus mudou diversos aspectos da vida de todos. E a ABIMAPI também foi afetada, junto com a sua indústria. Mas este agora é o ano, então, para transformação e inovação. Aqui estamos convidando vocês a estudar e se adaptar às necessidades dos clientes e adotar novos produtos que não só atinjam, mas excedam as expectativas dos clientes. Então, hoje nós vamos falar sobre produtos à base de cereais, como biscoitos, massas, pães, bolos e outros alimentos baseados em cereais.
Antes de passar a bola para Kanta, para que ela comece a
before
falar e fazer
Kanta
a
can
apresentação
start her presentation, I'd like just to also talk a bit about her article that has a beautiful picture of her that mentions exactly what you can expect of the future. If you look at in your virtual version, you can see that we have intrinsic nutrition benefits, alternative formulations, gluten-free products, ancestral cereals, food as medicine, elements of the daily cooking routine. And in Kanta's article, we have enriching details and information that will definitely help all of you who work with research and development and technology development. You can see it on your screen. This brings a great overview of what Kanta sees as being the most important topics today and for the future. What are the new trends? Remember that she predicted savory panettones 5 years ago, so she was our future teller at that time. I am sure that she will bring us important insights now to help you understand how the market behaves and how we can get ready for the future. Kanta, so tell me, here in São Paulo, it's now 9:19. Where are you? Are you in Chicago? What time is there? Is it cold as it is here in São Paulo, or is it warmer? I see that you are very elegant, but it doesn't seem it's warm there.
Thank you, Pedro. It's really nice.
Obrigada, Pedro. É ótimo termos para o seu setor, para que ele inove em produtos embalados com base no que os consumidores querem e precisam?
Acho que a Canta deve estar se ajustando.
I think Kanta is getting ready to talk to us in order to understand exactly what we are saying. Obviously, she'll be speaking in English, but you'll be listening to the presentation in Portuguese because our translation team is ready to start. So I will pass the floor to Kanta so she can share with you what are the most important trends to keep an eye on, what are the trends for the market, and after her presentation, I will come back to continue with our agenda. In the meantime, don't forget to send your questions and comments because I will be getting them on my phone. All right, so Kanta, the floor is yours. Have a great presentation and we'll talk to you in a moment.
Thank you so much, Pedro. And once again, this is a pleasure, and here I shall start. So, in the interest of proper disclosure, I am not affiliated with, nor do I have any interest in any of the ingredients, the products, or the companies that I mentioned in this presentation. So I'm not getting paid to do when I mention any of these companies. I won't be sharing any confidential information either. If you're wondering as to how I get all of this information, look at the banner at the bottom of the slide. And what you will see is that you will see that my professional affiliations are in the realms of food science, food law, food safety regulations, rapid new product development and commercialization, and editorial duties. And this is where I get my information. So I teach food safety regulations and food law at Johns Hopkins University's master's degree program, bioresource technology at MCI in Innsbruck, Austria. I serve on the faculty advisory board of McGill University in Montreal, Canada, and the Southwest College of Naturopathic Medicine, where we are teaching clinical nutrition. I'm on the advisory board for IFIS, which is one of the largest databases of food science and technology, Provision Analytics, which is a traceability based on artificial intelligence and the food industry, X-Prize, and which is a new competition. And by the way, if any of you are interested in participating because you have a grain-based meat analog, ask Claudio Zenao and Rodrigo Iglesias to connect you with me. I'm one of the judges for a $30 million prize. It's a 3-year competition, and the deadline is the 6th of June. And on the editorial, scientific editorial board for Prepared Foods, Private Label Manufacturers Association, PLMA. I serve on the Chicago CBS television, and so on and so forth as an investigative reporter. So the opportunities for innovation for this particular industry is based not only for COVID, but the post-COVID marketplace. The coronavirus pandemic has changed consumer behavior all over the world and across all demographics everywhere. No demographic or food sector was spared. So how the pandemic changed consumers is an important element. Disruptions driving innovation, opportunities for cereal-based foods, future-proofing your sector, successes and lessons learned. What is important is that, let me fix this, okay. And what is important is understanding what has changed and why it's important, especially in the food sector. And what is also important to know is that this particular coronavirus came from an animal, zoonosis, And when this happens, consumers become very nervous and they immediately get afraid of meat. Now, we've had before, we've had the SARS, the swine flu, the Zika virus, but at that time there was a short time reduction in meat intake and an increase in grains and cereals and other vegetable-based foods. But if you're looking at the immediate changes that have happened as a result of COVID-19, you will know that this is going to be a longer term issue. And one possible opportunity to emerge from this pandemic is a shift away from overconsumption of meat. There's a change in diet across the world because of the health and the environmental aspect. And for you, this is a huge opportunity. Our relationship with food and our supermarkets has changed. Local stores have replaced the flower center with a huge fulfillment operation. There is no more fresh food bar, no more deli. There is no more samples in the grocery stores. And even the checkout line has become a very new experience. And people are learning lessons they did not expect to at their age, whatever their age. Very young and very old have become digitized. They're learning about food, where to get their food, and how to do it economically. So there's a paradigm shift in how people are getting their food. And there's a shock across brands and channels. So you used to go to a certain grocery store, a certain supermarket. But today, no, you're looking on the internet and they are looking for bargains, for value, for resonance with their philosophy. And that has changed tremendously because more and more people have become at home. And this homebody economy is growing self-reliance, understanding themselves which food is good for them, which company is better for them. So this is a great opportunity for our food industry to not just be manufacturers, not just be marketers, but to connect with consumers, to become trusted advisors, teachers, educators, because their flight is to digital and omnichannel. They're everywhere. They're on their computers, on television, everywhere. So this is a very, very important thing for the food industry. So if somebody says, what changed? I would say everything and nothing. Because when it comes to food, we still eat like we used to. Only how we get it, where we get it, and what we do with it is slightly different. But we still like our favorite foods. So for me, the Brazilian feijoada is really a favorite dish. I still make it. But how I get my ingredients now is different. I also cannot share it with other people. I have to eat it by myself. So that is another important part. But for the food industry, there's an important thing. We are into uncharted territory. This pandemic is not going to go overnight, and it's going to continue to drive us to new territory. There are going to be new crises down the road, new pandemics, but we will learn how to adapt because we are now in uncharted territory. It's going to be a rocky road. It's not going to be smooth. And we are on a rocky road now, and we will continue to be like that for quite some time. But I heard Pedro say resilience and renewal. That's what ABIMAPI helps you be. And that is, when the pandemic is under control, are we ready for the next uncertainty while we conduct business? That is most important. And that's what this presentation is going to focus on. So there's going to be disruptions, and they are driving reformulation, reconfiguration of products, reconfiguration of manufacturing capabilities. We're also looking at changing what kinds of products we make, how we package them, where we sell them. When you look at new product development, the question comes, are we doing reformulate or are we doing something brand new from ground zero, completely different? Because they have two different implications in terms of what you do, what the consumer sees, what your retailer sees, and how it's going to go into the marketplace. Then there's a question about, is it functional purpose? Are we doing it because this food is what people like? This is what people value for health? Or are we doing optics-driven alternatives? We're just throwing fiber. We're just saying it's better for you. What is the reason? Is it just optics so people think it is better, or it's really better? And then comes the supply chain reconfiguration. This comes at a cost. It depends on sophistication of your suppliers and how you're substantiating it, and also looking at transparency versus competitive advantage. Before, you were a trusted product, your product was consumed by generations of a family, they never questioned. They just bought your product because that is what they bought. Your cake, your pasta, your noodle, your biscuits, any one of them. But today, there is something very different. People are beginning to understand the connection between food and health and time and their bank account. So that is requiring a new kind of expertise. So it used to be we would buy an ingredient from the same supplier, make it the same way, sell it the same way. Today, that nature of expertise has changed. We suddenly cannot find certain ingredients. Imports don't happen. Exports don't happen. So we have got to become experts who can turn on a dime for food procurement, for manufacturing, for product development, for marketing and distribution. And products used to be based on history, on technical information. But today, products are based on philosophies, and they are based on availability. So the very elite, the rich, they want to eat healthy, they're very careful, they want organic, they want certain very high quality components. And then there is the working class, you and me. We just want something that is available, tasty, quick, and safe for all of us. Very, very important. So the implications of the pandemic on the food sector, particularly cereal-based sectors, has been several and across the board. And it is convenience, health, and safety, and price. They are top. Food as medicine has become a very big thing. People are now eating and looking at a food and saying, will that make me sick? Will it shoot my blood sugar up? Will it give me immunity? Will it help me prevent some chronic diseases? Very big. But then there's another part. We are all at home doing our work. We've got our children at home. They're going to school at work, from home. Sometimes because we can't afford it, we have our grandparents staying with us. So we've got many generations. And as a result, snacks, confectionery, baking, pasta, noodles, biscuits, all these grain-based food consumption is growing up. But now they're looking for alternatives. They're looking for upcycled ingredients. They want something that is made from spent grain after you make the beer. Get with that barley because now it has fiber, it has taste because it's malted, but on the other hand, it is also not as sweet, not as glycemic perhaps. Plant-based, a big springboard for cereal-based foods. I know you make certain products, but you may also want to consider new kinds of products and bank on this plant-based, because plant-based is really growing. There's a drastic shift in sourcing and supply chains, and this has shifted the food supply and the food channels globally. So maybe you have other ingredients. For me, Brazil is a cornucopia. You have so many new grains and vegetable-based and fruit-based products. You can put them all into the baking, into the pasta, into the extruded products, into snacks, and even for pet foods. It's a huge opportunity. Now, food service shutdown has led to configuration and new kinds of products and services. So people are looking at new ways to do things, and this is a greater opportunity for manufacturers. You no longer have to go through the restaurant. You can connect directly to your consumers who want non-perishable staples, and they want less fresh and less perishable products. Great, great opportunity. So what is reconfiguration? I just have a few examples here. Simrise, a flavor company, diverted its raw materials from beverages to hand sanitizer. Roquette, which has, I think, companies operations in Brazil too, it modified its pilot plant to make hydroalcoholic disinfectant solutions. So they're using different ways to get revenue and to find opportunities. Fonterra from Australia, New Zealand, MGP from the heartland of Chicago, of US, Cargill, all of them ramped up ethanol. But when they did that, they also figured out other ways for the other grains that are being used. Novozymes, enzyme company, took the glycerin from yeast production and put it into diagnostic kits. New opportunity with a bigger margin. So a simple company, Ramo, changed its food product spices, and that's what I show you over here. So you had loaves of bread suddenly became very big because the family has a lot of people today. But then they also have people who want to eat just a little bit sometimes, so they made single serves, small packages. It's a very, very big change at this point. So the question then is, the pandemic trends for the new world is food manufacturing 4.0. We're not 2.0. We are way ahead of this. So to reconfigure, it means adopting new technology, whether it's an ingredient, whether it's ingredient science and technology, whether it's manufacturing technology. This is the time. There is a need across the board to make practices sustainable. So you want flexibility, you want creativity, and the configuration has also changed your supply chains. So regardless of the sector that you are in, the coronavirus pandemic has created a situation that requires swift pivoting. The key word is pivot, and that was the word of 2021. It was in 2020 also, and pivot should be the core of your strategy. You know what pivot is. You know, like the ballet dancer who stands up on his or her toe and turns around and continues to do something else. That is what you should be doing. So during in your business, this is the time when it's maybe necessary to pivot on certain things. Maybe you discovered a problem that your product currently does not address, or you want to focus on a different customer segment and get into a new market. Maybe you want to get onto online services and sales. Whatever the reason, keep your product pivot in mind. It's not a cure-all. It's not something you just jump in, but you only do something that makes sense, which means you need to understand the market, your competition, but most of all your consumer, and talk to them, resonate with them. This is the best opportunity to digitize your assets and to connect with your consumers. And by the way, when you desire or you've decided that your business or your product should shift, it's really important. Don't forget to tell your current customer base, whether it's consumers or the retailers, tell them, we're still making your cakes and cookies, but we're also making this new biscuit. Or we're making products for your puppies now, or for your children. You need to tell them, because you don't want to risk confusing them or alienating them or think you've closed your business. No, you want to tell them that they are a part of your pivot process, and now you're not just feeding them, but also their pets, but you're also going to make it available directly to them, etc., etc. So that is the formula for survival. It is understanding very quickly the situation, the speed of making that pivot, doing it very quickly, and deciding how quickly you're going to turn and how much you're going to turn. Are you not going to make this product, or make this product and other products? So you should figure all of that out. This requires to know and to allocate your competencies to market to this demand, because this demand is growing and is here to stay. This slide and the next two slides is part of an article that I wrote for your yearbook for ABIMAPI. And I thought I will give you some examples here so that you will very quickly understand opportunities for future-proofing your cereal-based foods. So there's something called intrinsic nutrition. So we've been making cereal-based products, but why not put other things into it that Brazil is particularly known for, and change the product to make it even more nutritious? So green banana flour is growing now because people want to eat cookies and cakes, but they don't want they don't want it to be too full. They don't want it to be too glycemic. Some of them are worried about how many calories. So now you've got a source of fiber. Even the simple goldfish, little biscuits that go for children, is now adding tomatoes and adding cheese, different things to change the taste. And the mom thinks, oh, it has some vegetables, so it's good for my child. Then there is this alternate. I already mentioned it. People want something new, but they want something that is exotic. Brazil is exotic in every way. You have so many exotic things. I only put a baru nuts here. But imagine putting baru nuts in cookies and in pasta, in different types of products. Amazing. I've tasted it. I've got a bag up here in front of me. I love baru nuts. And then there is, like this one, distiller's bread whiskey grain. So after you've done the malting and you've removed all the ferments, you can take that malt and you can use that spent whiskey grain to make a bread, higher fiber. And when you put whiskey on bread, everybody wants it, no? Gluten-free. So gluten-free is not a death spell for you. Gluten-free means new opportunities. So you can still make your bread, still make your pasta, your cakes and cookies, but with other grains other than wheat. And that is a huge opportunity. So people want that for one reason. And of course, then there is, ancient grains. You have lots of ancient grains. Amaranth, the old varieties of grains, other types of vegetables, quinoa, all of those, they can still be used to make your product, but they appear as something new, something more valuable for consumers. Continuing with the theme, food is now being looked at as medicine. So people want food as a way to prevent health conditions and sometimes even to treat, even though we're not allowed to say it. So what I've shown over here is just regular rolls and bread, but you can add prebiotics to it and probiotics to it. Prebiotics is the fiber, but the probiotic, maybe you're baking this at a very high temperature. What you see over here is actually a company in Montreal that after it is baked and when it's cooling, sprays it with different combinations of probiotics. So it is on the surface and it comes in a package to you, but it gives you the daily dose and more, and it's healthy for you. Kimchi pancakes. So you've got a very big Japanese population. You can put the various pickle stuff into your pancakes and even into your cookies and make them savory. But now you've got this fermented material that people value for health. So you can enter the non-sweet baked goods industry, which is very big. So you can make focaccia, etc., with some of these fermented products that are very, very good. There is a need for global flavors. They want curry, they want gochujang, they want sriracha. They're making pasta out of cauliflower. They're putting turmeric, curcuma in pasta because anything that is healthy for you is great. And by the way, don't forget the children. So Sabra, which used to only make hummus, has gotten into the baking industry. So now they have a brownie that they can make that dip into a hummus-based chocolate dipping sauce or a taco dip. So they are getting and making some co-branding. So children are a great opportunity. What is below is my favorite. Next to feijoada is pound de queijo. Your pound de queijo is a huge opportunity today. You can put spices, you can put different things, make it less glycemic, put banana flour, and it makes it very, very healthy and very, very appealing, particularly if you can make it microwavable. Frozen food, a child can pick it up anytime, stick it in the microwave, few seconds, they will be eating it all the time. And of course, pet foods. You've got a big opportunity to take some of your products into pets because during the pandemic, more and more people got pets. So the number of households with pets has more than quadrupled around the world. And people now know they can manage their pets, and many of them are not going full-time back to work. So that's a huge opportunity for grain-based, especially for treats and snacks. What you see below is biscuits made with a little bit of flour. Animals eat them, wheat flour or anything else, but it adds different insects, because that's what animals love to eat. And plant-based trend, a big mega trend. It's huge. All cereal-based products are plant-based. Of course, you add a little bit of cream and butter and things like that, but you can also bank on the plant-based. This is where I will tell you my affiliation with X Prize. So X Prize is a new competition for plant-based analogs, at this point for chicken and fish. So if any of you have a plant-based product, talk to me. But plant-based is huge. It's going to continue to grow. It's going to get better. It's not just hamburgers. It's going to be new ways of eating some of the plants that we did not always eat. And the cereal-based industry is the best vehicle for carrying those products. So remember that the winners and losers are going to be a function of two things, about how you are looking at what people like and how you're reacting to it by putting some simple things that they value. Therefore, what they like more. So simple changes will make the most difference. Make it convenient. Make it easy. Explain. Tell your suppliers. Tell your customers. Tell them why you put it and what it means to them. And this is a huge thing, and this is what makes you successful. So the new normal is going to be a different one. These are the trends that are going to define 2021 and beyond. I'm not a soothsayer. I don't look at a ball. I see is what is happening in the marketplace as a part of my editorial duties, as a part of conferences like this, where people call me after the conference and say, I have a product. Will you look at it? Will you tell me what to do with it? And I see products all the time. My house looks like a warehouse. I have so many products. So 2021 will be the year of transition for all of you. Your customers will understand you're experimenting. They'll give you room, but they will wait for its results. But the effects of COVID-19 are here to stay. We are not going to go back the way we used to. There's a lot of changes. This is the time to know what are the changes and how can you take advantage of it and how to serve your market and your consumers. Crisis, it's an imperative to change, and we have a valuable crisis on hand. So consumers are going to rebound confidently. They're going to go on diets, and they're going to cheat, and they're going to eat grain-based foods. It's always going to happen. But there is going to be a new and higher level of expectation. So they want a certain thing out of your product. And by the way, there's digital-enabled productivity. So make sure you invest in digital. Make sure that they can get it on a cell phone, easily on little tiny devices, so they can reach more people and help them very quickly place an order. That's an important part. And expect more disruptions. We are always going to have a little bit of a problem here and there. Now there's a new trend also. It's green with a touch of brown, and that's the color of recovery. So green is good, but brown is good too. There's going to be a supply chain shift. So it's not just in time, but it's just in time plus, and also just in case. So when people had just in time, when they thought it was time, they turned to their supplier. Supplier said, oops, I don't have any more, and I don't know when I'll get some more. But just in case is keeping other scenarios and making sure that the cost and capability differences are very small and you don't get caught suddenly by surprise. The bioresource revolution is happening. There is a new way to make practically every food. There are 2 companies in California that are trying to make coffee without any coffee. So coffee-less coffee, cow-less milk. So be very mindful of that. Be mindful of pollution, sustainability, and climate change. That is the brown color. And there's a tectonic shift towards environmental, social, and corporate governance. The pandemic is a wake-up to world leaders, and it is that consumers never cared more about food, but they also have, not known less about food. They don't know how food is made. So for future-proofing, prepare for chaos with agility. Stay close to the value chain, expand it carefully, tell them that now you put baru nuts, you put pili nuts, you put different Brazilian products into it. bridges to consumers. Tell them why, tell them how, educate them with science and sensibility. If you educate them, they trust you more. And remember to explain to them. There's a lot of things happening now, especially with Carlos Montero and this new black label NOVA classification, that packaged foods and processed foods are a big no-no. Explain to people, processed and packaged foods is saving lives, it's saving time, it's saving money, and it can be very nutritious, and that is the business that you are in. So this is the right time to create your connections, both inside and out. Don't think, oh, the world is shut down, so I'm not going to sell. There are virtual trade shows. Learn how to present your things. Put out press releases regularly. Do targeted sampling. Send samples to consumers and tell them, what do you think? Consumers love that. Get into subscription service. Talk about your product in terms of quality, money, and time. And check in with marketing, check in with them. Send them something new. You don't have to pay the cost of trade shows these days. You can do it yourself. And when you send them a product, send them a gift. Send them something else that you've made and let them understand. Because your digitized assets is business 4.0. This is where you are. And this is what makes you stay in their mind. They think you're cool. They trust you. They don't think you're that old pasta, bread, cookie family or business from their grandparents, but somebody very vibrant, very engaged, and that's what you do. So you're pivoting together in these challenging times. And I'm going to end this presentation to say, to make a quote, never let a good crisis go to waste, which is very, very true. This is the time for innovation. This is the time to redefine yourself. Embrace the moment. Avoid the hysteria. You can choose to be like a rubber band that stretches to the occasion and still springs back to service a new need, or like a plastic wrap that is a single use but has no resiliency. So innovate to counter disruption and future-proof your industry sector. And thank you, ABIMAPI.
Thank you so very much, Kantha Schalke. I'm here sitting just to pay full attention to your presentation, and I'm here with several people who came with us, who are here with us, connected this morning, and who are leaving their good mornings here in the chat. We can see people wishing us a good morning, a good day. Paulo Buquerque from Nakona, Valdeir Vargas, Origuela, good morning, all of you. Marques, Pietro Martino, Paulo Bin, Rafael Camargo, Ricardo Flores, Gilberto Con, Diana Schimmel, who was very emphatic. She said, Prozim Biosolution, Paula Burquerque. So we have several people here talking to us. Sérgio Araújo is one of them. He's also sending us a good morning. Leandro Scaramuzzi from Centagon. Edgar Sanchez, Fernando Bocchi, Iaco Coato, Igor Reis, Patricia Braz, Eduardo Bizzi from Bosch. Good morning, all of you. We also have Ingrid Spengler saying that this is being an amazing event, bringing valuable information. So you see that we have an amazing audience with us today. Vanessa from Arapongas also talked to us, Patricia Braz, here honoring our great event, telling us that this is valuable information for her. Our friends are saying that our report is a great way for us to analyze our market. And Desmond is also wishing us a good morning on behalf of Lefrace Brasil, a company that is an expert on fermentation. And now I'd like to go to our first question that came to us by, Hudson Lima is also here wishing us good morning, Murilo Orlandin as well. They are congratulating us for the great speaker we invited to be with them today. Ubiraci Fonseca from ABICAB, an important association which is a great partner of ABIMAPI, is here with us as well this morning. thanking you for your presentation. We have Vanivan Vigarães also saying good morning. Well, I'm just want to let you know that we have a lot of people here with us today asking questions, texting us. Marcus Martini, for example, who says, Kenta, let me know, have you seen any trends regarding a growth in food that have been fortified to improve immunity in people's bodies, like zinc, vitamin D, vitamin C? And Ligia is asking, an increase in ancestral grain bread is associated to pasta and other things. What is the major nutritional benefits of these products? And what about the concept of real food? I think what she's asking is why ancestral grains are so involved in consumption now. Is it because they are nutritional or because they are what we call whole food, because it's closer to what we believe and perceive as being natural? So these are the first two questions. So Max asking whether you see a growth in the sales of products using zinc, vitamin D, and C. And Leja asking why people are choosing ancestral ancient grains. I don't know if Zanel has a question himself. Zanel, if you have a question, please let's first answer these first two questions and then you ask your question. Can we do it like that? Yeah, perfect. Katha, so please could you help us?
Certainly. Thank you for the question about immunity. Immunity is a very important part of our consumer perception of the value of food today. People have finally connected that what you eat can actually help prevent disease and can also make you strong with immunity. In the US, like in Europe, we are not allowed to say immunity because that then looks like it's a medicine. But what you can do is educate your consumers about exactly what was mentioned. Zinc, vitamin D, vitamin C, fiber, all of these are very valuable ingredients, very valuable nutrients that have been shown scientifically to give you immunity. By the way, vitamin D as a protection against the virus is a part of many research and people believe it. So when they see your product and say it has vitamin D, it can give me immunity, it has zinc or echinacea that can make, if I get a cold or a pneumonia, less serious, and the fact that it has vitamin C for healing and it has vitamin C for preparing as an immunity factor, and fiber, all of these are very, very big. So now, do you have anything to add to that?
No, that was perfect, Kathy. Thank you.
Great. I think that is very good.
And what about Ligia's question? What about an increase in ancient grains is associated to nutritional things or being a whole food?
So ancient grain is a new opportunity for ABIMAPI members. So ABIMAPI has been done mostly on grains, which has been, corn, wheat, rice. But now there's a huge number of quinoa, amaranth, teff, spelt, kamut. So you've got all these different grains that can make the same kinds of products, but consumers look at it as new, but with a history of use. They know that their ancestors used it. So amaranth was used by the Peruvians in the Andes Mountains. There are lots of grains. Baru nut is also one of those ancient things, a pili pili, etc., that come from your Brazilian Amazonian forest that can now be put into foods to give it a different thing. Used to be, grain-based foods are usually very delicate, very bland. So you have to add sugar or you have to add flavor. But now what you can do is add different grains, and if you toast them, for example, your cookies, toast the amaranth, toast the quinoa, and then add it to your cookie dough. That toasting gives a nice Maillard reaction, browning, toasted aroma, and suddenly your cookie smells better. You don't need to add more vanilla. You don't need to add other flavors. So that is the opportunity of ancient grains. And ancient grains also have an added cachet. They are usually whole. They are good for you. They are a good source of fiber. And remember, I talked about environment and society and the consciousness, that ESG factor, sustainability. So when they see your products with ancient grains, people know that there is a farmer in another part of the world that produced this, and by consuming this, they're helping them. That's another component. So there's a connectivity across the world. Ancient grains are really very big for that.
Great, that was wonderful. So I'd like to thank you for your being here with us. You are welcome to stay here so that we can talk to other speakers. We have amazing speakers who will be joining us today, sharing really relevant content. So before you leave, I'd like to ask our host, Claudio Zanão, if he has any questions for Kantha, and also thank Kantha for having joined us this morning.
Well, I don't have a question, it's more of a statement. The majority of Brazilians, unfortunately, have to work in order to eat. People cannot afford much here. And the majority of products we mentioned, they are products that belong to a market niche and have a high cost. So the great challenge for us is to come up with low-cost products with a high nutritional value. This is the main struggle for Brazilian companies. And as mentioned by Pedro, I will let you conclude and answer his question. But before that, I would like to thank you for being with us once again. And we hope to see you face to face and enjoy a good cup of coffee, a good pasta, a good biscuit, and a good sandwich. Thank you for being with us, and goodbye.
Thank you, Zanao. You are absolutely on spot with your comment, and that is to feed the masses. Remember, I meant feijoada. Has anybody taken feijoada and then dried it up and made it into crackers? Feijoada crackers. Very affordable. The legumes, the beans, it's really a good thing. I lick my plate after feijoada. So why not make savory crackers and biscuits? So the beans are a very good thing. They are affordable, they're cheap. And also noodles, they are now using mung beans and cheap beans, peas, to make noodles and pasta. You're absolutely right. My apologies for not mentioning that, but that is what I live on. I love it. Thank you so much.
Kanta, before we had asked you, are you in Chicago right now? What time is it now? Here in São Paulo, Brazil, now it's 10:03 in the morning, and it is really cold. How is the weather in Chicago right now?
It's lovely. We are going into summer, and 8 o'clock in the morning in Chicago. I welcome you all here when the world reopens. It's always lovely to be with Brazilians. You people are so much fun. Thank you.
Thank you, Kanta. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for your participation. When you come back, when this pandemic is over, we will welcome you here with a great feijoada dish. Maybe we can make this meeting a tradition and have you here with us once again. So I'm making a promise on behalf of ABIMAPI. I'm speaking for others, but I am making this promise of offering you a great feijoada dish together with Zanao and all of our members, because the faster this pandemic goes away, the better it will be for everyone. So maybe next time we can be together face to face, but while we cannot do that, thank you for being with us virtually, and see you next time.
Thank you.
All right, let's get going. We have an agenda that is filled with content, quality content for you. In a minute, we will talk about nutrition. Do you have a question about that? About science, health, nutrition? This is the moment to do that. Raul, Cynthia, and Adriano, who I will introduce in a moment, they will be here to talk to you about the most important elements about these topics here inside ABIMAPI, thinking about the behavior of our industry and thinking about consumers. What has changed during the pandemic? How are people behaving? How will they act in the future? But before we invite them to talk to you, let's share a little bit about what our sponsors had to say about the ABIMAPI 2021 Yearbook.
Antes de chegar à mesa de milhões de brasileiros, as delícias produzidas pelos clientes da Agropalma passam por muitos caminhos.
Our products from AgriPalma go through many roads, beginning with our sustainable production and include the most modern manufacturing processes until we find customized solutions for all your production needs and the taste palette of our consumers. AgriPalma, the greatest producer.
Para nós podermos ampliar a nossa produção, para nós podermos disponibilizar produto de qualidade, a Biller foi fundamental para que nós pudéssemos conquistar novos mercados, exportação. A Biller foi um parceiro estratégico para nós.
Nós optamos pela tecnologia Biller porque ela apresentava todas as características que a gente precisava nesse projeto específico. De manter a qualidade do produto, mantendo uma eficiência. A gente conseguiu ter um resultado melhor, então só isso aí já faz disso um projeto vencedor.
Living on one planet, we are fast running out of time. As populations continue to grow, the resources needed to serve them are diminishing. For the sake of current and future generations, we need to shift gears. To stop taking for granted that there will always be more, and start finding new ways of operating. Ways which don't just take, but which respect the planet's natural boundaries. To do this, we need to take a stand. To put preservation at the heart of everything we do. We are Corbion. We preserve what matters.
yearbook has also a dedicated section for science, technology, and the discussion of matters most for your health and the health of our consumers. That's why in this yearbook, we have a number of opportunities to discuss those topics. Our next speakers is part of our yearbook, but they are here today to present much more than what was already included in our yearbook, much more than their contribution to this document. If you are a member, make sure you update your registration information so you receive the printed copy of the yearbook, besides having access to the virtual version of it. Now, I would like to welcome our next guest, Cynthia Antonesio Raul Amaral and Adriano Segal. Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you, Cynthia, and good morning. Good morning, and we are here to talk about the trends that are connected to the desires of the new Brazilian consumers considering the pandemic and what they want from health. They don't want just health, it needs to be connected with more things, and that's what we're going to talk about. Good morning, Pedro, and good morning, everyone. Stay with us. I don't know if Raul was able to hear me, but I was just saying, Raul, that we are going to talk about a number of partnerships that Itaú has now with ABIMAC in order to bring quality information and quality content not only to consumers, but also to those producing food. So very quickly, if you could give us a small taste of what you have to share with us today. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with all of you. Congratulations for the amazing yearbook. Our presentation will discuss the different articles that we produced with the support of ABIMAPI and all its members. And that's it. And of course, we have to talk to him as well. ABIMAPI made sure he was invited to be with us today because he somehow represents a large group of health professionals that carried on working during the pandemic so we could get to here healthy and safe in order to face the new battles of the future. And he's here to talk about what has changed in people's behavior during the pandemic and what is the virus doing to our minds, stomachs, and hearts, and to the way we behave. Am I right, Dr. Adriano Segal? Good morning and welcome. Good morning and thank you. It is a pleasure to be here with all of you. This is a different event from the one I'm used to attending, but it's also nice to be here. And I'm going to discuss exactly what you said. I bring some news that are not so good, but the majority of it is good news. But it seems that the impact was better than we anticipated 1.5 years ago when it comes to mental health. And we're going to take a look at that. Great. Thank you, Dr. Adriano. Thank you, Raul. And now I will pass the floor to our first guest for this nutrition segment. And she's here to talk about food and eating. She's an entrepreneur, a businesswoman. She's an expert in food innovation and marketing, and she's going to talk about portion sizes, standards, and food presentation. What are the trends for the future? Cynthia Antonesio, can you talk to us? What can we expect from the future? Have a great presentation. Thank you. Let me get my crystal ball, because I'm here to talk about the future, and this is a large assignment. But that's not what I'm planning to do. I'm going to talk about the signals and the evidences that we already see in the world. And I'm here to answer questions, most importantly, because we can learn a lot from the discussion. So welcome again. When we talk about the future, it's really good to have an observational approach. I know you have a lot of data today, but always remember to factor in the human side. I'm going to introduce you to the Equilibrium team. This company has been helping ABIMAPI associates and society as a whole to generate innovation. I would like to invite you to access BHB, or Building Health and Brand. It's the name of our platform, so www.bhbfood.com. Now, the challenge to talk about patterns and portions, I would say that we are almost upside down. This is a very unique moment for us. We are going through an undeniable crisis, but we are here to change that a little bit and transform a crisis into a moment of creativity. We are in an hourglass market for the Z generation crisis, the pandemic. It's no longer enough to be on the fence. We have to think about the added value of food, and the Brazilian market becomes polarized when it comes to that. We are going through a moment of extremes, and that includes food. I'm not going to talk about what's right or wrong or what is ideal, but I'm here to talk about the market. The market is growing. And the ones that are growing are the ones who differentiate themselves. Nutrition can be a great differentiator factor when I include health, natural aspects, sustainability, all these elements that Brazilians see as healthy elements. Even though they do bring a lot of added value, these elements are becoming more massified. I brought an example of juices here. How much the 100% fruit market is growing. That nectar that is expensive for the offer that it makes is not longer growing. And the other segments are. So these are both strategies. The good thing is when we can combine both extremes. And this is a great challenge for all of you. We can bring added value at a low cost. But, for example, powder juices are also growing. And if you think about your market, we have some examples, and I'm sure you have access to these numbers. But we have rye bread growing and stuffed cake. So we have two strategies. Nutrition, when I talk about rye bread, and that stuffed cake. It's about indulgence, especially in times of pandemic. We want, of course, healthy, but we want mental health as well. We want to feel pleasure, and we want to be allowed to do that. So having these indulgence moments, because when we only eat what's politically correct, we also get sick because we fall on one of those extremes. So in this scenario, what can we say about resilience? Here it is. What do we want in terms of presentation? We have a Z and Y generation that already represents 50% of global consumers. And for them, food, especially during the pandemic, where we don't have access, maybe because of affordability or because of the pandemic, we want food to become the new Disneyland. Food is about belonging, it's about comfort, it's about fun, but it's also about information. Food is about health. Food is almost like the new music for the new consumer. And if they go to social media, because these consumers were born during the digital revolution, they will say bad things about your product if they don't have access to the correct information. So we need to be there in the front line with transparency. We have a new regulation coming, and this will reach social media because consumers have a voice. We are living in a network. It's no longer advertising. We no longer own information. Information is out there. But how can I convey a better information? How can I make my product more appealing, not only from the healthy point of view, but we have to understand that the world is Instagrammable. And I have some exaggerated pictures here, but it's a fact that people showcase food. And that's why we have a report called Q Trends. My team and I studied this. Of course, health is at the center. The humans are at the core with everything that's connected to health, but we don't deny the other needs associated to eating, belonging, being convenience. They want to do good to the planet. So thinking about the 4 pillars of the Q trends, the 4 macro trends, like I mentioned before, I will give some examples very quickly. For bowel health, one of the fastest growing sciences when we think about food benefits. If we think about bread making, pasta, it's a little more complex, even though we already have some areas like Kind. It used to be a Kind bars, now it's Kind cereals. They have a probiotic version of their cereals. Kellogg's is investing on this. There are some lines that were discontinued, but bowel health or intestinal health is something that can be included in this category, thinking about prebiotic fibers, especially because intestinal health is connected to another type of trend, which is immunity. When we think about immunity, we could spend hours talking about it, but is it exclusive to one food category? Maybe it's a category that has more connection to supplements, even though there are some bets that we have to keep an eye on, like Kellogg's, that is a very healthy based. They bring cereals, but also breads in other brands with elements that are focused on the natural aspect of the ingredients, like oregano, sunflower seeds, and curcuma. Of course, this search for immunity has grown. This is data from Google Trends. It grew in the beginning of the pandemic in 136%. So can you imagine what's happening now? But of course, it's important to understand how the category could behave in that. Another important element is mental health. And just as a side comment, it includes everything from different ingredients that can help me sleep better and wake up better. But it has a lot to do with Adriano is going to talk about recovering those concepts, nutrition concepts that have a more holistic and integrative approach. And that's a paradox, because I want a more precise nutrition. I want to eat the right probiotics to my associated to my allergy test, but I also want to have a Zen approach. I want to feel pleasure when I eat bread. I want to eat cookies that are really fresh because they're my favorite. So we have that intuitive eating, wholesome eating, just as important as the functional aspects of eating. We were talking about portions and patterns. We are allowed to indulge. Consumers want to eat something that tastes good, that's different, but at the same time, they want to take care of their health. They want to manage their weight. And we see this explosion of lean products and single-size portions that are here to stay, because they also add convenience. So we have small breads or things, Oreos, mini chips portions, this corn biscuit, and even some other ingredients. Let's take a deep breath and look at this. I have maize and wheat as a foundation, but maybe I can start including, like some other brands have doing. So you saw the growth of rye bread. And maybe we could question, for pasta, this product can be associated to a niche, but it can be an inspiration because it has tapioca and 13 grams of protein. Nutrella, bingo, they are also experimenting on other ancient grains, reviewing the role of carbohydrates. Sugar, this is a brand from the south of Brazil. They use a different source of sugar. They use fruit sugar and vegetable concentrate. How can we innovate, even if it's not 100%, but we have to start taking that direction? And this is an interesting pattern. This is a yogurt from a different category, but it has an agreement with the imperfect fruit that would be thrown in the trash and is associated to global warming, and they started using this non-standardized fruit to help the planet and the ecosystem. Because humans want to feel good. Like I said, mental health is not only associated to the active benefit, but especially during the pandemic, when we wake up, we want to eat, especially if you think about the X, Y, and Z generations. Food is the new Disneyland. So look at these numbers. The growth of those classic indulgent products, besides online shopping, China 30%, the US is 20% of all consumption online purchases, and Brazil is learning, and the brands are also growing in the same sense in order to meet this demand for new experiences, for new ways to experience indulgence without forgetting about health. And all of a sudden we were locked inside in this internal war, and we had to cook. We have to make our own food because there's no other way. Everything is closed. And consumers started making their own bread during quarantine. They became our own competitors, 311% in the growth of searches for making bread at home. Is this a competition or is this an opportunity? It depends how we see it. So how can we take advantage of this cooking moment, making it lighter for consumers? So Barilla made an amazing proposal. They created a playlist with songs that took exactly how long it takes for the pasta to cook. So I understand that consumers are cooking at home, and I offer something else. Maybe it's not an ingredient, but it's the way people cook. And this is health as well. But do they really want to cook, Cynthia? You can ask me. Well, they do, but when it becomes a chore, we try to avoid it. So 33% of Brazilians say that they want something that's fast, whether they're talking about breakfast or for all meal. They say it's worth paying more for a faster delivery. They want an easy recipe. They want to cook, but they want it to be convenient. And this brand, the Box Bakery, they created something like a cake mix. So if they want to cook, how can I become part of it in a creative way? How can I innovate with my product? Just to tell you the end of this story, you shake the mix, put it in the oven, and you bake it like a homemade bread, but it is processed. So this is just an inspiration so we understand that sometimes it's not about fighting, but I can have a black swan event, something unique and different that takes place, because we want convenience. So snacks is a great opportunity for your category, but snacks is just one of the segments that requires a different approach. It's about health, it's about well-being. So there are a lot of characteristics associated to snacks. So snacks also include grains and the broad of their use in terms of ingredients. It includes the issue of proteins and bars, the consumption of vegetables, besides wheat flour. So we have to expand this in terms of standardization of ingredients, and it's important to understand what consumers want here. To conclude, I would like to say that consumers want more. They want a full experience, a whole experience. And when we talk about sustainability, we focus a lot on ingredient, but that can include the packaging. What am I going to do with the package? Or like we have abroad, some multinationals have come together. They work with mass products, but they already do a sustainability work with ice cream, with cereals, with deodorant. They come in recyclable packages or returnable packages. It's a startup that Unilever and other companies are investing on. So consumers want multiple functionality. This is a good representation of that element. So it's premium, so it's black, it mentions flavor, it's a snack, but it's also good for your children. It's clean food, it's gluten-free, it's good, it's new carbohydrate. So I'm just saying what they say. It's snack, it's plant-based, so the more we add, the better. And we have to think that the future also includes technology. in the future, our competitors will be 3D printers in households. They will see their high glycemia levels increasing when they eat my product, because there will be a patch on their screen measuring that constantly. So we could work with customized products for that. And people want to be informed about what they eat. They want information on that. And so we can continue this conversation. This is a QR code for an innovation ebook I have prepared for all of you. You can download it here. And once again, I'm available to discuss more during the questions. Thank you very much. Thank you. I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. What's new? I'm going to look for the products you mentioned. I'm going to look for them in supermarkets to try to understand what exactly can be included in my routine. That idea of the playlist for cooking pasta is amazing, because I love to cook. I love pasta, so when I eat, I listen to music. I like to listen to music when I cook, and this is a moment I use to prepare a dish, maybe a carbonara. Cynthia, also known as Thomas' mother, haven't tried my carbonara, but very soon after the pandemic, she is invited to do so. Cynthia will come back with us in a moment for the Q&A session, but first and foremost, I would like to invite our next expert. He's here to talk to us, and his name is Raul Amaral. Raul is a huge expert in food technology. He works in Itaú, which is a platform connected to the state of São Paulo government, and he coordinates the platform for technology innovation. And he's here to talk to us not only about a partnership that ABIMAPI has established with Itaú in order to create the journals, but also he's here to talk about the possibility of having the sector as an ally for the security of food, or for food safety. So the sector and the industry can be our partners to ensure quality and safety, and how Itaú and other organizations can help, even in raising awareness of consumers about what is nice, what is interesting to know, and what is important, to avoid, of course, misinformation, to avoid fake news, and to avoid WhatsApp messages that sometimes say what is not true. Raul, thank you and welcome. Thank you for accepting our invitation to talk about this work with us. And the floor is yours.
Thank you. So first, I'd like to congratulate Cynthia for her amazing talk, as usual. And, well, I will be now sharing my screen. But first, I'd like to thank ABIMAPI for the invitation. I'd like to send my thanks to all the members, because ABIMAPI is a major partner. We have been working together for several years, so we'll be talking a bit about the project we have developed together. The main thing here today is publications. But first, I'd like to briefly cover the fact that ABIMAPI for several years has sponsored us and supported us in researches regarding trends in Brazil. Everything started with Brazil food trends in 2010, but we have studied pack trends, ingredient trends, beverage and trends, bakery and confectionery, and dairy trends. So we see that there was an unmet need for up-to-date technical information for the population, because there's a lot of fake information going around, so it's important for us to find those fake news. And we also produced a website, always with the support of companies and associations and other industry-related members, entities. And here we have some of the projects that we have called Industrialized Foods in 2030. So here we have something that I believe is really interesting, because, we have both showed what companies are doing in terms of reformulating products here, increasing nutritional value. Cynthia showed several examples of that, reducing fat content, sugar content, but also everything related to sustainability. Losses and waste is one of the major topics here, but also carbon footprint, water consumption, and transparent communication, showing people what we're doing to have an honest, earnest communication with our customers, showing them that what they usually hear is not true. We also have this other great product that's called Industrialized Food Series 2030, showing the real scenario of industrialized foods. And here we're going to be talking about biscuits. This one is available to you online, as well as the publication on bread. But we will soon launch others regarding pasta and cakes. But our main focus here today is we are trying to choose products that we can find in the groceries and the supermarkets, because people often discuss, are bread good for you? Are cookies, biscuits good for you? And now they can find this information here. And we started studying industrialized breads with 61 different brands and products, and now we have 162 different products by 25 brands, and in the terms of cakes we have 290 products and 210 in pasta. Overall, we have already assessed over 800 products. We are not inventing this information. We are really assessing it for their nutritional value and ingredient list, things that we all have access to. Our major focus here today, to give an example of what these publications cover and how relevant the information is, here we always have similar structures in all manuals. Most of our publications in this series brings the same structure, in which we have a brief overview of the industry, habits and trends in an easy to understand manner, not as in-depth as Cynthia showed us, and then we analyze each product and their nutritional value, protein, fiber content, vitamin and minerals, carbs, calories, sugar content, fat content, sodium, and then in the end we really analyze ingredients, showing the different ingredients that are used. And we always finish by showing what is added, what these products add to society, which is different from what people usually believe. And here I have an overall overview of what we have discussed there. In terms of the origin of those food products, we here show that biscuits, for example, have been consumed for millennia. Not the ones we have today, of course, but obviously, just give me 1 second. These are products, just give me 1 second. I'm sorry for that. My neighbor was making some noise. Everything Raul is mentioning, it can be found in our report. We have here one of the sectors that is covered. Well, for example, here, Raul was talking about biscuits, and we were talking about that in our report. And what's important here for us to know is that there is a clear trend now for people not to go beyond the package. That means they only use that information to make a decision. Sometimes when we look into food products, we find keywords that we don't even know what they mean. And what Raul is saying is exactly that. One of the good things for us to do is to educate people on what these words mean, these elements mean. Exactly. Sorry for the interruption. Well, here, I just wanted to show you that these products haven't been invented by the industry. People have eaten them for centuries, and some of them are even older than we would imagine. And another thing that is really important here, and we should pay close attention to, are trends. I'm not going to go into detail because Cynthia has shown amazing examples of this, but what people usually said that industrialized products, so here in this case, biscuits, are not nutritional. Now there is a new trend in which these products are being enriched by new ingredients. When people say that these products are bad for your health, they can be reformulated, and we have several types of products that meet different demands of our society. That means you sell what people want to eat. And there's not a thing about, I don't mean we have to push something for these people to adopt. No, you meet their demands. And there are different demands. There are people who are more self-indulgent and people who are more focused on sustainability, as Cynthia mentioned in her examples. So consumer habits show us that the offer should meet the demands of the customers, not the other way around. This is the main part of our study. Here we have 61 products in savory biscuits and 62 in sweet biscuits. Probably this has changed now because some products are suspended, others are launched in the market. We have new products because we have new formulations entering the market, both in savory and sweet markets. But it's important for us to see what that means overall. Here, when we look at their nutritional value, they are not all about calories. Some have more protein content, others have less protein content, and it's not only about sugar. There are products that have low sugar content. Some of them have ingredients who are not industrialized. You have wheat, water, things that have been used for centuries when cooking biscuits at home. And at the end, we show that products, in this case, biscuits, are not ultra-processed as people insist. This has become a popular word, a buzzword, but it's not true if you face the facts. One thing is to say biscuits in a very generic manner, and this doesn't even exist because you have thousands of different SKUs. There are thousands of different products being marketed in supermarkets, and we cannot compare them as if they were all the same. That's prejudiced against our industry and only serves the interest of a few. Now, talking more about the nutritional value, if you look at proteins, there are products with 38% of the daily reference amount. This is what will be published in 2022, but we didn't want we didn't want our document here to be easily overcome, so we are using it. So it will be up to date next year as well. When we publish it, things were a little different. So you can see the same thing for fiber content. If you look at the right, you will see the vitamin for those products that listed calories. There's a large difference in calcium content, and the same thing happens with sugars and fats because different products meet the demands of different customers. Now, when we move on to ingredients, it's what I mentioned, right? We have wheat, flour, other types of flour, water, salt, sugars, oils, cereals, and of course, in the industry, you can't just open a single bottle of milk, yes, and then measure it. You always work in large scale in your factory, so it's different from what is usually done when cooking at home. But overall, the amount of ingredients that are used by the industry would be used by any person who would cook at home in a bakery, a local bakery, or a local shop. And in these cases, they are not as controlled, and we don't really know what they have, right? Some, of course, some products use additives, but others don't, right? Many products are removing additives, and sometimes we even think they wouldn't be needed. That would be needed because they are seen as safe by regulatory industry. So what's important here is for the industry to be transparent with society. We have to let them know that we have the highest standards of safety, and we want food to be accessible to everyone, because in our country many people unfortunately have low income, which has lowered even further with the pandemic. So we have to make that clear to us. We use safe procedures, safe methods to manufacture our products, and they are all safe. Even if they have additives, these additives are added so that we can have longer lasting products and reduce waste. There are products that I like more and less in each category because that varies from person to person. But basically, overall in our industry, quality is very high. And we have to understand that. So when we say that biscuits are ultra-processed, ultra-industrialized, there's no nutrition, it's not nutritional, it's only filled with fat, sugar, and oils, nothing in its composition is natural. These ingredients have been invented by technology and by food engineering, and they use additives that make consumers addicted. If you read our publication, you see that that's not true. You can face the facts to find the truth. They are what the market needs. And if customers want products with less sugar, we can do that. Less sodium, we can do that. There are different ingredients for different markets. So it depends on what the market needs, because companies, they need to make a profit. So quality, safety, this is important, and this is the key when analyzing these products' composition. And it can be used better if we have good public policies to promote our economy. Itaú doesn't do that because there's any conflict of interest. There's no conflict of interest whatsoever. I have worked there for several years. I know all the products, and we are renowned because we use technical information to make our decision. We are not here to advocate for what is good or bad. We're just here to show real facts. And what we have shown is that food engineering and related areas, they are used to improve people's foods, to serve our society, and not, as some people say and some institutions say, to be the bad guys and that we are here just to make a profit. No, we are here to feed our society, and this is what all our publications have shown. We have transparent data showing what real life is like. Of course, there's room for improvement. There will be challenges ahead. And now we have to see exactly how we can transform our offerings so that they become healthier, more sustainable, to guarantee food security in years to come. This is the role of our industry, which is crucial for a society like ours who wants to have healthier, sustainable nutrition. I'd like to thank Zanon once again. He is a wonderful partner, and I also like to thank the members of ABIMAPI who have supported us in the past years. Thank you for such an amazing event. It's an honor to be here with you, and I'll be here to talk to you later on. Amazing. Thank you very much, Raul. Thank you for this amazing talk. And in our report, we have shown that we will be talking about this publication. You can see here and on my hand. Oh, that's great. Yes. So you can find all the information there. And not only what Raul has covered here, but much more in our magazine. So those two things are connected. Yes, their publication and our publication are connected. And you can all find it online. If you want to go into ABIMAPI's website right now, you will find it there. Now, I'd like to introduce our next guest. I'd like to thank Raul again for his participation. But first, I'd like to mention some things that our audience has said and our chat has typed in our chat. And I'd like to remind our audience that they can ask questions to our speakers, because at the end we will have a quick Q&A session with all our guests, including we have some members from ABIMAPI who have asked questions. We have Davi Nogueira, André Romano. They are members, and early June they will receive the report in print when it gets to their companies. We are sending it now to be printed so that it can be in your hands very shortly, but you can find it online as well. And please remember to go onto our website to make sure your address is up to date. And we can also make available to you Raul's publication. Our next guest is an expert in obesity, but more than that, he is an expert in nutrition and food behaviors, eating behaviors, and also an expert in diabetes. He will talk about how the pandemic has impacted customer behaviors, people behavior, and what is the consequence of that in the future. He is a dear friend. He is an amazing physician, and I can't go over all his background, but he is very well known, and I recommend that you look into his story. He is an amazing doctor. I met him when I worked in Bem-Estar at TV Globo, helping people learn more about health, public health, and quality of life. And this is what we'll be talking about today. We'll talk about how the pandemic impacted our body and mind here today. So welcome, Dr. Adriane Segal, and thank you for accepting our invitation.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you, but it's also a challenge. My presentation is not as colorful as the two brilliant presentations that came before me, and it's going to be a little bit more of what you see in a medical conference. So I ask for a little bit of patience. Please stay with me. I work at the Oswaldo Cruz Hospital and the Clínicas Hospital in Albert Einstein. Here you can see my disclosures from the past 5 years that may have some type of impact in the conversation we are about to have. But I'm here to talk not only about the impact of the pandemic on the eating habits of those people who don't suffer from an eating disorder, but I'm also here to talk a little bit about those disorders. So they are characterized by changes in the eating habits that can be associated or not to a change in the image perception, which is the way you experience your body, with a huge negative impact. Changes in a food intake cause suffering and medical consequences. It's not what Cynthia mentioned, eating associated with pleasure. Sometimes they eat food that's highly palatable, sometimes not. This intake can be very low when it comes to like in case of anorexia. It can be focused on certain periods of day. It can include episodes of compulsion. I'm going to talk about what is compulsion, which is eating in a very short time frame large food, much more than what people would regularly eat. And this idea of loss of control during the eating episode. And this means that people not only eat much more than they wanted, and I will show some episodes about this with a really high intake of calories in a very short period of time, but people also eat things like they didn't want to eat, like frozen food, butter, basically things that are the food that is not palatable. This other book is going to be here in the presentation for you. And it talks about a large quantity of food, eating 2 large meals with 2 more main dishes, or eating 3 or more dishes. And the loss of control is defined, and of course this comes from patients' reports. When patients say, I cannot stop even if I want to, it's like I'm rolling downhill, there's no telephone, there's no doorbell, I start eating slow, but I eat everything. I have no hope of controlling myself. This is something very unpleasant with great impact on their health. In terms of calories, we think about compulsion, we can have between 1,500 to 15,000 calories. Eating 15,000 calories in a short, even if it's a whole day, but it usually takes a few hours, it's a bizarre amount of calories. Episodes on bulimia nervosa are higher in calories. What causes these eating disorders? Nobody knows. There's a biological vulnerability, there's a psychological vulnerability, there's social cultural pressure. Just one comment, doctor, you still haven't shared your screen. It's not working. Let's see if it works now. Let's see if it's my mistake. I think it's my mistake. I apologize. So let's see if we can see it now. I apologize, doctor. You can carry on. Oh, thank you. I thought it was correct. So going back, what causes an eating disorder? There's a biological vulnerability, there's a psychological vulnerability, social cultural pressure that generates a diet that leads to restrictions in the intake, loss of weight, eating disorders, creating a vicious cycle. What are the eating disorders? We have anorexia nervosa, which is the restriction of the food intake, leading people to weigh much less than regular. Intense fear of gaining weight, and that image distortion I mentioned before. There's the restriction type and the binge type. And there are severity levels, considering a BMI smaller than 17 kilogram per square meter, or actually when it's smaller or bigger than that, it's light anorexia, and when it's smaller, it's severe. Bulimia nervosa are recurrent compulsion episodes with unusual strategies for losing weight, like vomiting, laxatives, and this needs to take place at least once a week in the past 3 months in order for the diagnosis. Self-assessment is only focused on their physical appearance, and severity can be light when you have 1 to 3 episodes a week, and extreme when you have more than 14 episodes of compensation a week. Periodic eating disorder are recurring compulsion episodes, signs of loss of control, 1 episode a week for 3 months. They cause psychic suffering, and when it's diagnosed when you can exclude bulimia nervosa. And like you remember, remember episodes of 5,000 calories. If you have 14 episodes of 5,000 calories a week, we're talking about 70,000 calories in a week. Night eating syndrome, when the intake of food increases at night, at least twice a week, conscious and memory of these episodes, and people don't feel like eating in the morning, or they don't take breakfast for at least 4 days. A strong need to eat between dinner and right before falling asleep. Initial insomnia, people need to eat in order to fall back asleep again, and mood swings. These are the eating disorders. When the pandemic started, we were almost certain that because people were at home, those cases would become worse. But it seems that's not the case. We have this graph showing the alcohol consumption ever since the lockdown started, and it included 620 adults in the UK. More than usual. I don't have a mouse here with me, but more than usual increased. The majority of people have kept the same intake. And for the rest, the majority of people who have changed their habits have increased their intake. Consumption of high energy foods have also increased since the lockdown, according to this survey. More than half started eating more than usual, and from the rest of them, the minority continued with the same intake, but also the intake of homemade meals have increased. People started cooking at home, and going back to what Cynthia has said, this is something important for you to pay attention. People are truly cooking more. And also the intake of fruits and vegetables have also increased. On the other hand, the impact of the pandemic on eating disorders, or some eating disorders got worse, but not to the level we had imagined before. And what are the factors that are associated to the worsening of eating disorders? A perception of low quality in the relationship with their medical team, fear of becoming sick, increase of isolation, and reduction of satisfaction coming from other relationships with family and friends. And the factors that did not were not associated with a worse in the cases of eating disorders was economical condition, duration of disease, satisfaction with relationships, and the type of treatment offered. This is a very recent area of study. So the impact of the pandemic in the eating habits of humans with or without eating disorders is still very recent. There's no clear predictive factor. We have to use common sense, and in situations where diet and intake of alcohol, because this is an important element as well, it has increased a lot. One of the industries or one of the sectors that grew the most in terms of delivery were the delivery of alcoholic beverages. And if there's anything out of control, please make sure you look for a physician or a psychiatrist. And when the psychic suffering is out of control, you also look for medical assistance to get help. Thank you very much. This is a very different lecture from the ones we previously saw, but I hope that I was able to share some information with you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Adriano. I think it's clear the way that these behaviors of possible eating disorders can have some sort of impact or during the coronavirus pandemic. Maybe they become more severe and more intense. Dr. Adriano right now during the discussion will be able to share more light on that, also bringing his own personal perspective from his clinical practice and about the way people have changed their behaviors. We're going to come back now with our 3 guests for the nutrition segment. I will stand to talk to them. Cynthia Raul and Dr. Adriano Segal. You can see all 3 of them. They are here with us, and I would like to start by asking, we have received a question, Dr. Raul, asking what food will become the villain? Cynthia started her presentation talking about crystal ball and predicting the future. Maybe we can get your take on that. Do you have an opinion on it? What type of food can be seen as maybe a more complicated food or the villain for the next years or months, maybe because of the pandemic or not? Maybe you could talk a little bit about that, starting with Dr. Raul. So in your opinion, what type of food may have become the villain after the pandemic? Do you have a...
There are no bad guys. It depends on who is saying. Yes, we have people who love sweet products, people who don't, and then some people will say that sugars are sin. But well, we have seen that in the pandemic, people have increased the intake of sugar, And has that been the bad guy in weight gain? I put on weight throughout the pandemic. Of course, I tried to control it. I couldn't because we were staying at home. It's harder. But on the other hand, you also have several products that actually saved people throughout these hard times. Imagine if we didn't have industrialized products right now and people had to go to farmers markets every day to buy fresh fruit. That would have been even worse, right? And this is also something that impacted people's mental health, right? People were more depressed. So can, for example, foods with high sugar content be seen as bad guys? I don't think so. Yeah, this is what Cynthia mentioned as well, and she even wrote that in our report. Because this is something we also saw when the truck drivers in Brazil went on strike, because our industry is the one that can guarantee that people have access to food, because we have food that lasts longer on the shelves, right? Dr. Adriano even mentioned these changes in behavior during the pandemic, right? Because if you're eating more of these food products, that's not a problem. If you have changed your eating habits, it's okay. That was expected. So we expected behavioral changes. And these behavioral changes can be either positive and negative as well, right? Yeah, it's very difficult to talk about something being negative because, well, I agree with Dr. Raul, you see. Now that we have to stay at home, so for example, in places where we had lockdowns, which was not the case of Brazil, it's impossible for you to only eat fresh foods, right? You need to have something you can eat at home. And the food industry is responsible for progress and urbanization, well, and this is historically, right? So it's impossible for us to say that these are bad guys. No, we have to assess things more directly so that we can understand how decisions have been made in our history. And even the decision to eat fresh food or industrialized food, if food is telling you how you live your life, you might need some help, because food should never do that. Food is functional and also, of course, pleasurable, but we cannot be counting calories or anything like that in a way that is unhealthy. I know that Cynthia will be able to answer that question, because this is a question that people probably ask her all the time to talk about that. People from all over the country and the world. So, but Cynthia, in your opinion, what is a food product that has been seen now more positively, and which ones have been seen more negatively now? Because we find some resistance sometimes, right? So, for example, with eggs. Eggs were seen as bad and then became good. Trans fat as well, saturated fat after that. Several different food products were, let's say, put aside and seen as the bad guys, even though that was not the case, as Raul explained. But what about now? What is the trend? What food products are Brazilians eating more and more, and which ones could be set aside, put aside for a while? Well, even if we don't want to create a strict line between what you can and can't do, this is what customers do. Customers see some ingredients as being the good guys and others being the bad guys. We have to take that into consideration. And what I see in the market now is something similar to what we see in the music, right? In the music industry. Remember when you wake up and you listen to uplifting music or yoga music, and then you, at the end of the day, you're feeling tired and you're feeling sad and you eat sad music. I think it's the same with music, with food, I mean. So now we have a long tail market, as Chris Anderson mentions, that we see fragmentation in this industry. This fragmentation says that there's room for everybody, but it makes it harder for anyone to take the lead. So I can be self-indulgent and eat more sugar-rich food, and I also have people who will want products that bring more information about it. Because, for example, it could be a fresh product, but if the farmer is not paying their employees, that's not going to solve the problem, right? Even though it's fresh. So there are several characteristics connected to a product that add value to that. It's not only being industrialized or fresh or anything like that, but what's the purpose behind that brand, behind that company? How does this brand or company addresses sustainability, inequality, labor rights? Do they take care of their farmers, employees? So we are now at the age of sustainability and governance, and this generation is really focused on how human beings impact their lives. This is a new generation that knows that they might not even be able to buy their own home, but they see food as something core in their lives. Sometimes they don't even buy clothes, but they stay hours at end waiting for a table at the restaurant they want to go. Definitely. I have another question here for Raul by Rafael Herrezi, and he asks us, he is from IMCD, that we see a reduction in salt and sugar content, but that leads to higher prices. Companies have to spend more to be able to comply to new legislation and regulation and to customer demands as well. So is the government debating this fact so that we can have lower taxes in food products that have lower sugar, salt or fat content compared to traditional products? Do you see that being discussed in any way? Unfortunately, I don't, but we have seen some pressure towards some new regulation in terms of tax. But we want to increase tax instead of reduce tax. So increase tax on products that are seen as unhealthy, so that healthy foods would become, let's say, cheaper in comparison. But we are against that because we believe that's absurd. It would be unfair to society, because just like we have industrialized cakes, you also have thousands and thousands of local shops that bake cakes and would not have this additional task. So sugar, salt, sodium in content wouldn't, changing that content wouldn't change nutritional value. So there are several bills that are now being assessed. People are trying everything to try to get companies to reformulate their products, but it depends on the demand actually. If there's no demand, because some products have been reformulated and lost market share. So what can you do? You're not going to close doors, right? So I think we have to take that into consideration. Cynthia also mentioned portion size and things like that. So I'd like to ask a final question before we wrap things up. How do you, doctor, assess how portion size is classified? We usually see two clear trends that have been identified in the past few years and were intensified. One is a product that comes in a single portion size, and one that is family size, so people can save money. And we see now wholesales throughout the pandemic growing significantly. So do you see, of course, when you have a single size package, a single use, single portion package, that might be sold more often because now people are living alone or they want to eat less. But we want to see how we can associate that to health. What do you think is best, and what tips could you give to the industry when deciding on the size of products and packages they are going to put in the market? This is the billion-dollar question, I'd say, because the problem here is that we are living at a time in which not only are we facing the COVID pandemic, but also obesity pandemic. None of the preventive strategies or existing treatments have been able to halt this growth. It seems that the US has been able to stabilize that, but there is high prevalence of obesity there nonetheless. So it depends on who is your customer. If the customer buying your product, for example, buying a family-sized product, has no eating disorder, is not suffering from obesity, that would be the best option, of course, is to have products being sold in more sustainable packaging. However, if this person has an eating disorder, it's best to buy smaller sized products because that would allow them, at least in theory, to control it, yes, or to be controlled through external things. If I bought 2 small packages of cookies, for example, I'll only have that instead of a full family-size package. But it's difficult to segment that, and I don't know whether this is the industry's role, right? If they should be in charge of that, as this is a demand that comes from the market. So maybe in 2030, when we are discussing the 2030 nutrition, we will see that that changed. But for me, it's difficult to see how the industry could segment population like that. We have always to remember that 30% of the Brazilian population is currently obese, and out of this 30%, we might have 50% who suffer from eating disorders. So 15% of the population has an eating disorder, which is a very high number. So this is a challenge. Adriano, I think we really have to communicate better, right? Since we go into people's homes, we can help them improve how they eat, and not to tell them what they can't eat, but how to eat it. Maybe make it more pleasurable, like the song example, or with meditation, to help customers have better experience. I think that the COVID pandemic might now be in its final days, now that we have started vaccination, but there are other pandemics we have to watch out for, and other problems we have to face as a nation, as a country, when the pandemic is over. So we have to be always mindful of our nutrition and be honest and transparent with our customers, always looking into customer behavior and market demand so that our products are both healthy and sustainable. Raul mentioned that, but this is the most important thing here today. The better informed our customers, the better their relationship with the industry, because there's nothing wrong with what the industry is doing. We just have to use the resources we get from science and technology to meet their urgent demands, including food security in urban areas like we saw during the truck drivers' strike and the COVID pandemic. So I'd like to thank our guests today, Dr. Adriano, Raul, and Cynthia, who were here with us to talk about nutrition. Thank you so very much, Dr. Adriano, and I'll see you next time. Thank you. It was a huge pleasure, and I promise to bring more colorful slides next time, I'm sure. Thank you, Dr. Raul. I recommend all of you to look into Itaú's publication, Food Products 2030, and I wish you all an amazing day. Thank you, Cynthia Antonaccio, as well, who has been here with us this morning. She has a consultancy company called Equilibrio, but she is an expert in identifying trends and seeing how people behave so that we can tell the future. She has been our fortune teller today. Thank you. And here on the chat, we left a link for you to access our Innovation Hub. Thank you so very much to all our guests in this nutrition panel. And now we are going to move on to talk about what science says about what science, technology, and research that have been conducted sometimes on behalf of ABIMAPI, and Nielsen and Kantar then have been invited to help us reflect upon the market, exports, and so we will talk about with the president of Apex Brazil as well, who's here to talk to us and who I'm sure will contribute greatly with our talk. But before all that, a quick pause so that we can grab some water and get back for our next panel, which will be very enriching, and we will talk about groceries and how this industry has behaved and what are the trends we see in that area.
A Daxia fornece há décadas ingredientes e aditivos para a indústria brasileira. Fabricamos e distribuímos ingredientes para diversos segmentos. Investimos constantemente em nossa planta industrial, onde são extraídos e preparados corantes naturais e formulações. Fornecemos um amplo portfólio de produtos para a indústria de panificação. Desenvolvemos produtos de alta performance que aumentam o shelf life, melhoram a estabilidade e agregam textura. Conheça mais sobre a nossa linha completa de produtos. Daxia, ingredientes e aditivos.
A inovação sempre esteve no DNA da Prozin. Desde a sua fundação, a empresa tem criado soluções usando a tecnologia de enzimas que revolucionaram o setor de panificação, como a primeira enzima para aumentar o shelf life de pães e bolos, enzimas para melhorar a qualidade e o processo de biscoitos e massas, e agora o pão totalmente sem aditivos químicos.
A Prozin é uma empresa que oferece infraestrutura e equipamentos de alta tecnologia em seu centro de inovações, com um serviço técnico altamente qualificado e grande experiência na indústria. E além disso, também possui parceiros técnicos e comerciais no mundo todo, que em conjunto com a Prozin, entregam aos clientes as tecnologias mais avançadas em alimentos do mundo. Para cada desafio, há uma solução Prozin diferente.
We're back to talk about the market now. And the idea for this section is to talk about what consumers are expecting from the sector in the future when it comes to the internal and also the external markets. For that, we have three very special guests. I'm going to introduce you to all of them, and we're going to hear from each of them on a separate presentation. At the end, we're going to have a debate with all three of them together. So please make sure you send your questions in the chat, because I prefer to ask your questions and not my own. So you're all invited to send questions on our chat. So let me introduce you to our guests for this segment. We have Raquel. She's account manager and manager for new business at Cantor World Panel. Hello, Raquel. Thank you for being with us. Hello, how are you? We have Arthur. He's commercial director at Nielsen Brazil, and he will be with us talking about market trends from the perspective of consumer retail. How are you, Arthur? I'm good. It's a pleasure to be here. And diplomat Augusto Pestana. He is the president of the APEX Brazil. How are you, Augusto? Thank you for being with us. I'm good, thank you, and it's a huge pleasure to be with all of you this morning. Raquel, so we're going to start with you very quickly. Before actually we start the presentation, what can we expect from you? You're here to discuss the behavior of new consumers when it comes to their choices and brand loyalty. Have consumers changed during the pandemic? Is coronavirus making us different? Yes, I'm here to talk about the major consumption transformations. What were the priorities for Brazilians during the pandemic, and talk about the results we have seen in the first quarter of the year. Arthur is also here, and he's going to talk to us about profile and purchasing channels, main trends for the market, thinking about retail and consumers. Have channels also changed during the pandemic, Arthur? yes, they have changed significantly. So the idea is to talk about what has happened during the 2020 pandemic, what we have observed, and what we have already seen in the first quarter of 2021. Piggybacking a little bit on what Raquel is going to say and talking about a different perspective. And we also have the honor of having the president of Apex here with us. Apex has been a long partner of ours, and he's a diplomat and a world traveler. So maybe you can talk to everyone and share, just so we have a little taste about your background and learn about the importance of everything you're going to say about our external market. So if you could share with us once again a little bit about your career, where, in which countries have you worked? Well, I'm here as a traveler. Of course, in my professional trajectory, I have always worked in pro of Brazilian products. I have had the privilege of working in major international markets. I started my career in Germany. I was there for almost 4 years, and then I was lucky to work twice in Japan. Before that, in the beginning of my career, I was an intern in Mexico. And my most recent position was in New Zealand, in the edge of the world. So I have a very vast experience working in America, Europe, Asia, Pacific Asia. I didn't go to Africa. I have never lived there, but I have been there for work many times. And I can say that nothing made me more excited in this place than finding a Brazilian product in supermarkets in all the countries I have visited, which was many times a result of the work we were doing here at Apex. And in every country I've been to, I have always found products from ABIMAPI members. So Japan, Germany, New Zealand, without a doubt, Augusto will be able to bring a lot of interesting information to all of you. So let's get started with Raquel Ferreira. She's manager for accounts and new businesses at Kantar, and she's going to talk about the behaviors of new consumers in their choices and in brand loyalty. Raquel, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. I would like to thank you once again for the opportunity of being here. I believe you can all see my presentation right now. So let's get started. So like I said before, the idea is share with you an overview of the transformations that consumers have gone through in the past year. What were the priorities for their choices, presenting some figures about many trends that we have already discussed during the event. I'm going to talk about the impacts of the pandemic and share with you some guidelines and maybe some suggestions for your strategic review for 2021. Let's get started with some figures, but they reflect what our year has been, what the past 12 months that ended in March 2021 have been. We can see consumers, and we are talking about consumers from all Brazilian households. Our methodology represents 82% of the Brazilian population, 58 million of households. And what we have seen was near that overall consumers saw an increase in prices. Prices were paid by end consumers saw an increase of 12.9%. In the mobile year up until March, Brazilians have spent 12.4% more. However, their consumption was smaller in the long term. And as a rule, they have chosen larger packages when we talk about volume and liters. What does that mean? People went less to points of sales, 1.5% less frequency in shopping channels, and they have bought less units per purchase but larger packages. And here we are already getting into the trends that have become stronger for Brazilian households, and maybe we can start reflecting on how we can act to follow such trends. When we talk about this reality in the medium term, so when we already look at the 2021 results, comparing the first quarter of 21 with the first quarter of 2020, we see that the price increase still impacts consumers, especially the high prices led by perishables and commodities. On average, Brazilians have paid 14% more in the past year. They have bought less units and in the end of the fewer units, sorry, and in the end the cost was 8.4% higher, slightly above the inflation rates, which for the same time frame reached 6.2%. When we look at the most recent time frame, with a broader look at 2021, we see that the consumption of units is dropping and the consumption of volume per liter is also decreasing. So we already see a shift of route coming from the shifts in behaviors from consumers. So they prioritize less volume and fewer units inside their shopping carts. If we look at all the consumption baskets, what are the great changes we have observed? When we talk about drop in the quarter, when we look at the first results for this year, even though there is a decrease, we see that some sectors are still sustained. Among them, sweet baked goods, where you have the majority of categories that are connected to your association. Industrialized bread has a positive outcome, and we're going to see in the future how this is going to grow. Perishables, both in the medium and long term, also have a positive result in terms of units. For beverages, in the long term, we have a positive results for beer and bottled water, which reflects a consumption that used to take place outside households that now takes place indoors, and cleaning products that also were highlighted. Brazilians are also spending more on their pets, especially cat food, when we saw an increase in the rate of pet adoptions. This movement makes it very clear clarifies the priorities of Brazilians when it comes to consumption, and these numbers can guide us so we can have a market that's more connected to these results. When we look at the growth in penetration, so the categories that continue to achieve or to get to Brazilian households, there's a great lesson here. Brazilians still prioritize more convenient categories on their daily lives, so frozen foods, frozen goods. We have heard a lot about food this morning, and convenience is what we see as a major trend from the recent times. And the pandemic in the beginning led to healthier habits, but as Brazilians started to realize that the lockdown was a longer term reality, they started looking for more convenience for their daily meals. So we see here not only convenient items, but also indulgent items that are connected to snacks, faster meals that became stronger during the pandemic. When we talk about breads, which was the category that grew the most when we talk about food ever since the beginning of the pandemic, in the beginning of the pandemic, this market have grown more than 50% in terms of consumption. This is a market that still gains penetration. It's still gaining more consumers, especially in D and E classes. When we were around the third quarter of 2020, we saw breads consolidating in the lower social classes. So it has reached more than 70% of the low-income population. And what is the consequence of that? 2020, government aid had reached almost 60% of the Brazilian populations. And we look at the D and E classes, more than 70% of them were benefited from the government aid. Without a doubt, this brought more resources to the economy and allowed these social classes to get into new markets, and that can generate reflections for 2021. So as an industry, how can I continue to provide access to this portion of the population since they were the ones who have helped us sustain the positive results in foods when we look at the long term. On the other hand, other categories have lost priorities, categories that can be replaced. Among them, thinking about the markets that are more connected to ABIMAP, industrialized cakes are dropping because of the changes in routine. Brazilians are also making and cooking more at home, so they are baking more as well. So industrialized breads are a highlight, but industrialized cakes are losing relevance in this new consumption dynamic. When we go deeper on these habits, that growth in bread created a new reality for Brazilians. This growth is a consequence of the Brazilian snacking time. Brazilians are not only eating more breakfast, more than double, also a growth of 106% in the frequency of breakfast, but Brazilians are also making more snacks. In the past months, even replacing main meals for snacks for convenience sakes. So once again, think about how you can talk to this market that see these new demands and look for consumer loyalty. Thinking about meal preparation, sandwiches with cold cuts are the fastest growing item in this period of year in comparison to last year. After that, we have soups and creams, and then proteins. We saw that perishables was one of the categories that had the biggest impact on consumers' pockets. So there was a migration for cheaper products, so sausages gain a relevant role to compensate and balance their budgets. And finally, steaks as a main dish that also saw a growth, but not as a top priority. So together with the growth we saw in bread, we saw a growth that everything that is included in the preparation of sandwiches. And this is another trend. Besides the penetration growth in D and E social classes, the C class also showed the same movement, searching for convenience on their daily lives with a preference for snacks during the day. When we think about the brands that have grown to meet this new demand, even though in the context we have seen an increase in price, during the year, the mainstream and premium brands with a price above 120, they all gain relevance. And how is this connected to a challenging scenario? Brazilians are looking for added value. They are buying less, as we saw, less volume, but they want more value, more quality, and more benefit coming from these categories and products that are still in their shopping carts. And this is a reality even for sweet baked goods, where we have the categories with an average price or a mainstream price gaining strength in the past year. So this is a very important information to consider when creating strategies that will be developed for this year, thinking about growth and also keeping in mind what consumers are looking for. When we talk about access to premium products, we saw that promotions have been an important leverage. We saw a growth in the volume for premium promotion products, 20% above average. Promotions represented 14% in the past year, and in the past 12 months, they represented almost 16%. So how can you continue to support this consumption of added value products? Promotion was one of the triggers that made sense in the past months, and this can be considered for your strategy in the future. When we talk about shopping dynamic, we see once again Brazilians making choices at the supermarket, so they go back to making larger purchases, even though the volume is still not at the same level that it used to be before the pandemic, but there is a trend that gives us more clarity on how to position our products at the point of sale. So larger shoppings, larger number of products in the shopping carts is a trend, and then you have a strategy of working cross-category umbrella strategy and strengthen your brand within this trend. These shoppings are focused in the middle of the month to the end of the month. In the beginning of the pandemic, shopping used to take place in the beginning of the month when their salary hit their account, but there has also been a change in behavior. Brazilians now are going to their point of sale in the middle to the end of the month. So it's very important to be aware of that, especially when we talk about supply, which is the new mission that is a reality, especially when we look at the first months of this year. And finally, in a nutshell, I have here for you the main pillars for growth that should be considered in your strategies for such a challenging time. The first element has to do with the challenges of consumption, is to attract new consumers. We used to talk a lot until the end of last year about the number of consumers, but now we have to attract new ones. We need an additional consumer foundation to deal with the deceleration that is going to take place in the coming months. And how can we attract them? Like we saw, they want added value. They use promotions to shop products with higher added value, and they use promotions to keep them in their shopping cart. So that can be a route to loyalty, especially for the lower social classes that many times had access to these products for the first time during the pandemic. When we talk about execution in moments of crisis, it's important to become more visible. Consumers go fewer times to the point of sale. So every time they do go, there is an opportunity to make the conversion. So the brand needs to be well exposed. The brand needs to showcase value so we can gain space in front of the competition. When we talk about price tier, mainstream and premium, so intermediate price and products with a higher added value were the two categories that have grown the most, and brands that have worked like that have gained in loyalty. So it's important to revisit your portfolio thinking about these two groups. So how can I deliver a premium product to my consumer? If I'm not going to offer a promotion, I can work with a smaller package. We saw many markets doing that, especially for cookies, offering smaller packages. And that made sense for some layers of the population, giving consumers the opportunity to shop for a brand with a higher added value. And the final pillar has to do with occasion centricity. You have to change from the retail perspective to the occasion perspective. You have to understand when is consumers consuming these products. If it's during breakfast, if it's in the afternoon, if it's during a snack, like we saw as a new trend, and what are the categories that are connected to this new type of behavior. And this is going to change the way each brand communicates with the final consumer. So basically, these are the four main pillars, the four main areas that have contributed with brands that continue to develop well, even in difficult times, even in a year when everyone was challenged. So these were the factors that have helped major brands to gain brand loyalty, and these are the suggestions we have. Here I have my contact information. In the middle of the year, we're going to have an opportunity to talk about other cases with fast-growing brands. These pillars were an anticipation of the work we are currently conducting, and I hope you make the most out of these suggestions when developing your strategies. Thank you very much. I had to get a cup of coffee to watch Raquel's presentation. It was amazing. You're hired. You can work with me in CNN. You did a perfect timing. You brought very interesting insights, a lot of interesting information that I'm sure will be very useful for everyone at ABIMAPI. And this information, of course, will be available to all the members, and as well as the contact information from all the presentations. This event is focused on the association members, and it's an event that was designed especially for you who have followed the work that we have been doing for a long time. And of course, you will have access to all the material being presented here today. You can even request just one or more presentations. Raquel is going to stay with us, and now we're going to hear from Raul. He's the commercial director at Nielsen Brazil, and he's here to talk about profile and shopping channels. What are the main trends from the market? Raquel talked a little bit about consumers. She talked a little bit about product presentation, changes in behavior during the pandemic. Now, Arthur is going to help us see a little bit more about the future. Arthur, have a great presentation. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone, once again. First, I'd like to congratulate Raquel for her amazing presentation, and I'm really happy to be able to bring here content that will complement her own talk. I will try to stick to the time that was allocated to me so that we can have some time for questions at the end. So as I had mentioned earlier, I'm here to talk a little bit about the contrast we have seen in the pandemic throughout 2020, new habits we have identified in terms of consumption in Brazil, and also talk a bit about the contrasts we see among different players. So who won in 2020 in growth or market share? So what drove that growth, that success? And what are the perspectives that we have for the way ahead? Especially since that 2021 is probably going to be even more challenging than 2020 was. So now let's just have an overview of what 2020 was all about. Well, it was a year of ups and downs. Throughout the year, we saw things we had never seen before. After a 1% growth in GDP in 2019, in February, mid-February, we had the first COVID case identified in Brazil. Unemployment rate started to increase significantly in April. And one thing that I forgot to mention is we had a really troublesome week on the 22nd of March where market shelves were empty because everyone was hurrying to the supermarket to buy, for example, toilet paper. And we saw an increase in 23% in sales compared to the previous week, which was disruptive. We also saw in this quarter an emergency aid, financial aid being distributed to Brazilian workers, which helped the economy. We saw people leaving large urban centers, seeing more people moving to smaller towns. 54%, well, these small towns saw then an increase in 54% in sales compared to larger urban areas. And here we are mentioning towns with fewer than 400,000 people, inhabitants. We also saw inflation pressuring the economy. It was the highest inflation rate in 17 years. It came just because of problems with the exchange rate, but also pressure that came from exports. The number of inputs we also were importing, and this inflation led 3 out of every 4 users to use the financial aid to buy food, so basic staples. And what we saw at the end of the year was a growth in volume of food in 1.4% in the markets that we assessed that involve 140 categories. And in early 2020, we have seen a drop of 4.1% of GDP because of everything we had been through in 2020. So what we always say is that Brazilians have to adapt to more challenging times. And here you can see a pyramid of how these changes have taken place. So first, customers had to stay home longer. So channels such as bar and local restaurants were greatly impacted. That means that people had to buy food, and the few times they go to supermarkets, that means that we saw a drop in the number of times people went to the supermarket, but higher volumes at each visit. E-commerce became much more relevant because this was a means to buy food without leaving home. And we have a huge difference between social classes, social status. So we see here important things for us to illustrate what I'm saying. Local stores had a 17% drop in revenues compared to those who were not in this category, like drugstores, pharmacies, and supermarkets, which grew 8%. When we talk about the frequency, we saw that now sales have grown 55%. I mean, what we call the monthly sales. And we have less omnichannel, which is a trend that we have seen all around the globe. People are prioritizing channels and reducing a mix. So, for example, hybrid wholesale retailers have become significant players, as has been the case for local supermarkets, which grew in their market share compared to other more traditional channels like bakeries, bars, local restaurants, and other such places which were more greatly impacted. In the e-commerce, we have seen a boom in new customers, 13.2 million new users this year, people who had never bought online before. And when I talk about inequality, what we say is there was a group of customers that we called protected because they had no loss in income. But there was a second group who mostly received the financial aid, who had to reduce their purchases and only buy more basic staples. When we talk about the difference between smaller and larger towns, here on the left you see the variation in price, volume, and value. So when we see here that we can see that there has been an increase in both in 2020 compared to 2021, but this has been greater among small and medium-sized towns. And when we see how this varied per quarter or every 2 months, bi-monthly, comparing 2020 to the previous year, we see an acceleration of growth in smaller towns compared to larger cities. And as I mentioned, these cities had a 54% larger growth compared to larger urban centers, which was driven by people who, after starting working remotely, could move to smaller towns, those who we assigned to the protected group of customers. When we talk about those who lost revenue and purchase power, they went 41 fewer times to the point of sales, but whenever they went, they increased their volume of purchase in 13.6%. But that still led to a drop in consumption. Those who lost revenue throughout 2020, they reduced their total amount of purchasing 5%, whereas those who didn't, they increased it in 2%. And in this group who showed this 5% retraction, most of it came from hygiene and beauty products like makeup, facial creams that have become less relevant, whereas food and cleaning products grew significantly in sales. And when we talk about those who had their household income reduced, we see most of them in the northeastern part of the country, in the class C, and in people who have larger families. Not only that, but inflation also pressured the search for alternatives. So 87% of Brazilians see prices, food prices going up, and this is something that we have proven with data. We have seen it with the inflation rate as well. Basic staples have seen even higher price hikes. Rice, for example, at one point was one of the bad guys driving inflation last year. So we see important trends here, because how did people respond to this hiking prices? What did customers adapt or are considering adapting throughout the year? So the thing here is people said that they only buy what's most crucial, or they look for products at a discount. Precisely because of what we mentioned, that they had a drop in their family income. Even with lower sales, we see that these sales overall grew 5.1%, 1.4% was in volume. That comes from cash and carry. Without it, we would see a drop in 1.2% instead. Food and cleaning products were the sectors, the segments with the highest growth, and food products were really significant here. I'd like all ABIMAPI members to see that food products grew 2.6% more in value compared to volume. Of course, that comes a bit because of inflation, but not only that, we have seen some categories boost growth to adapt to this new dynamic that people are eating more at home, they are cooking more at home. So we see high growth in this category. Also categories that provide practicity, for example, ready-to-eat products. And we see that in early 2021, there was a growth in 6% in volume. That means that growth is recovering, and it's important for us to see that when you compare the first quarter in 2020 to the one in 2021, in 2020 the pandemic had no impact. So this is real growth that it will be relevant throughout 2021. Inflation still pressures the prices of food products, but we can see that these products are still a very relevant category for customers. The speed of vaccination, or this has impacted our economic recovery. We have seen slow vaccination rates and the halt of the financial aid, which will impact our economy, but we have to wait to see what will take place, because we have seen ups and downs because of the different rates of virus spread and infection. So we have to wait to see, but what we have seen so far is that this recovery will be slower because it depends on vaccination rates. And what can we expect for the economy? Well, first let's look back. In 2020, we saw people rushing to supermarkets, which led to problems in fulfillment. There is an increase in unemployment rates and an increase in inflation, leading to low GDP. And as a consequence, we see a boom in e-commerce. We now have a country that divides people into those who are protected and those who have seen a restriction in their income. Part of the population has moved to smaller towns throughout the lockdown, and many people have had to reduce how much they consume in 2020. Nonetheless, we see that the Nielsen basket grew 5.1% in volume 2020, but slow vaccination rates and the end of the financial aid may impact negatively the economy in 2020. So here I have several successful cases I cannot go in depth into any of them, but maybe we can have a second time together where we can talk more about that. But it's important for us to learn a little from the strategy of those who were more successful and see who won and who lost throughout this year. Here I have a chart to help you visualize that more easily. On the horizontal axis, we have the performance in volume. Value in different players. Each circle is a company, okay? So one of them is Coca-Cola, one is Nestlé, one is Balduco, and so on and so forth. So on the horizontal axis, we have changes in revenue. Vertical axis, we have market share and in the vertical axis, and the horizontal one is value and revenue. So here on the top right, we have those who are leaders in their market. They grew in market share and revenue. And those who are swimming across the current are those who have gained market share but have lower revenues. And here we have a group of those who were negatively impacted by the pandemic, regardless of if they had larger or lower revenues because they lost market share. So we want to know what we can learn for those who have won. That means who have gained market share and revenue, or even in this group of those who gain market share without larger revenues. Because here they see that they are losing volume, but they are trying to expand the number of people they can reach in their own segment to become more relevant players in the market. So if we include channels, we also see that a little bit. We see here bars losing both market share and volume, as well as traditional brick-and-layer stores, local stores like bakeries and small shops. And here, the best ones were e-commerce, regional retailers, cash and carry, and self-service. That means those small local services. So we see that there is a difference in results according to players, but it was difficult to both gain market share and grow in volume. So this is a very diffuse scenario where everything could happen. Now I want to show you a little bit of what each of this group did differently. So those who led this year by gaining market share and volume are what we call top players. So usually they are leaders in their own category and they were able to maintain excellence. This setting also led to more self-indulgence. So those who work at premium prices, they got more customers. They were able to attract more customers, which is really important in a moment like ours. And marketing keeps on playing an important role to encourage customer loyalty. Those who are swimming against the current, that is, those who gain market share but had a drop in volume, said that less is more. So they reduce assortment, they focus on fewer things, but making sure that they could get it to the shelves. Because since people are going fewer times to the supermarket, you have then a unique moment, an incredibly important moment to get people to take your product home. And they changed the mechanics of their special prices, focusing on fewer people, but the right people to do that, to leverage their products in some categories. Those who have been impacted negatively, they found it difficult to be present, to have a relevant footprint, and to practice prices that were competitive. To wrap things up, what is ahead? So what can we see? Well, the news package is usually assessed in a way that is very similar to what we see in GDP. So here we have revenue and here we have the GDP variation. So what we see here, we have what is expected for GDP this year, it's an assessment by the central bank, ABCBR, and here we have our assessment that shows a 16% growth in revenue in the first quarter of 2021 compared to 2020. So we believe that this will reflect the economy, and when I talk about the different categories, so we have an overall of 5.5% in volume and 16% in volume. In the food category, we see 24.6% growth in volume, because we'll probably see in 2021 the same trends we saw in 2020. We will see an increase in the consumption of alcoholic beverages and liquor compared to the previous year, and important recovery. Arthur, sorry, can you please wrap things up, because we have to finish in a few minutes and we have one more presentation. Sure. I'll wrap things up. So we see growth, and these are the four main trends that have been accelerated with the pandemic: health and well-being, sustainability, price, special prices, and e-commerce. So what we have to take home for 2021 is be accessible, be in point of sales, optimize to be able to grow, and try to have more accurate promotions, and expand the way you see your competitors. Something that we saw this last year is that biscuit don't compete only with biscuit, but also with chocolate, for example. So how can you see your competition more broadly, so that we don't compete only with our own categories? Okay? This was it. Sorry for not being able to finish in time, but I hope that what I brought will be helpful to all of you. Yes, it was extremely helpful. Thank you so very much, Arthur Oliveira, director at Nielsen, who showed us a very comprehensive overview of what we have seen and what we might see for the future. Now I'd like to introduce Augusto Pestana, the president of the Brazilian Agency of Exports, a great partner of ABIMAPI. We will talk about how we can look at the international scenario to understand Brazil. Augusto is now leading Apex Brazil, and we are honored to have him here with us today. I don't know if this is the first event he is taking part of here with us as a representative of ABIMAPI, but it's really important for us to be able to listen to what he has to say. Thank you, Augusto.
Thank you. It's not my first event as president. I have had a very busy schedule, but it's also my first event at ABIMAPI. Because of our partnership, I have had the privilege of being a few times speaking with the association and its members. So once again, I'm really happy to once again be here with all of you. I'd like to thank Arthur and Raquel. Just as a side comment, I don't know if you have noticed this, but now, at the end of the morning, we are just before lunchtime in Brazil. I'd like to thank Arthur specifically for not using any pictures of foods in his presentation. But Raquel was kind of cruel by sharing a picture of a sandwich, and I'm really hungry. So these are one of the things. Food is always inciting. It's always good to talk about it. And this is one of the topics I'm going to cover on my brief presentation about image, about this stimulus and how it is important, especially in the international market, but of course it is important internally as well. But for abroad, it's even more. So once again, I'd like to greet all of you and say that it's a huge pleasure and it's a personal satisfaction to be here with all of you. I would like to send special thanks to the President Zanel. And I greet all of you as well, all of you who have worked to promote your products abroad. You're all heroes and you can count on our acknowledgement. Apex has a partnership with ABIMAPI. We have had this partnership for more than 20 years to promote our biscuits, breads, and cakes and pastas. And together we have been working to develop and to strengthen this sector that is important not only for the Brazilian economy, but like I said, it is a sector that contributes a lot to share and take Brazilian culture and Brazilian flavors abroad, something that is very relevant to the work we do here in the agency. As you know, I am a diplomat and I'm also a witness of this reality. We have cases, because when we think about our culture, when we think about pão de queijo, when we think about tapioca and panetones, that for many markets are perceived as a Brazilian invention, and somehow they are. But these are just some of the products that show the potential that we have, the potential that derives from our culture. And it's our intention to translate that in market share. We have been extremely successful, and I would like to congratulate you all on the work that you do together, because even in such challenging times, like we saw in Arthur's presentation, it was I was very pleased to see the graph for 2020 with all its peaks and lows. But despite the complex scenario, 2020 was a year when the sector had the highest exported volume in the past 5 years, very high numbers in terms of resources, almost $200 million. And one thing that I would like to highlight is the number of countries we have reached. We are present in almost 100 markets, so that's extremely relevant. And like I said, these are record numbers for us for the past 5 years. And in comparison to 2019, we have seen a very significant growth in terms of the value that was exported, that grew 50%. The volume that was exported grew almost 50%. So this is proof that we are conquering new markets and we are consolidating our presence in traditional markets. And that is a consequence of the ability of the Brazilian industry to innovate and diversify. I believe that we have all these challenges ahead of us for the year of 2021 and 2022, and it is very important to keep our partnership and to be aware that we have to work on becoming more specialized, we have to work on sustainability, we have to work on quality and adaptability for these new circumstances that are coming. And the key point, which is the image that Brazil and the Brazilian products have. And this is a priority for us, considering that it is key for our success. I would like to highlight some pioneer initiatives deriving from this project that took place in 2020 and that are taking place in 2021 for the market of free from products that deal with demands coming from consumers and the effort that is necessary to be present in external markets, as we have seen in the US and China, and the positioning of our own brands, our Brazilian brands in the international market, the virtual missions that have been extremely successful and that are generating concrete results. So we have a lot of accumulated lessons because of the pandemic, because of the challenges that the pandemic brought that required us to work better digitally. This is already becoming part of the past, or it will become a part of the past, and we will be able to find a better balance between virtual actions and face-to-face ones. But thinking about the end of 2021, we are pretty much in June now, almost in the second half of the year, and thinking about 2022 and after, there is a lot of work to do. Continuing, we're going to participate on trade shows that probably will take place on this hybrid model, like Anuga, which is a great trade show that takes place in Germany this year. Projects that will focus on e-commerce, as it was presented by the other panelists. The Range Me project, we have an initiative focused to several specific markets, as it is the Casa Brazil in Israel. We have a new line for some sort of consulting for our clients that are looking for internationalization opportunities. A very promising project with a focus on specific markets. We started with the US, which is called OPEX 3C. I can later share some information with you. And of course, there's the dimension of qualification. And Apex has PayX, which is present all over Brazil, to the sector, because it is a sector that is present in all regions in Brazil, and this education project is essential. I also like to remember that in 2021, we started our operations in Dubai, in the International Trade Show. So these are great business events for us. These are events that are platforms to project our brands that are relevant, and we will be there with a lot of strength, talking about all the potential that we have, including with a restaurant. So I can share with all of you, I'm very happy to announce that we will be a restaurant with a great number of products that will come from the sector that is represented by ABIMAPI. And like I said before, there is numerous challenges that are specific to foreign trade, that include the constant addition of value issues associated to branding or rebranding and conquering strategic positions on points of sale. But at every new partnership we establish with ABIMAC, and this is a message from the technical department of ABIMAP Brazil, and I'm very happy to say this, we have always witnessed progress and advances, always with new steps, with more ambitious ones, always in fine-tune with the main trends coming from the market. And this is translated in the results that we see in the market, both when we think about the numbers of companies that are participating, as well as the number of companies that actually were able to start exporting. And now thinking about the perspectives that we have for the future, it's essential to think about adding value and conquering new markets. We have interesting opportunities in no traditional markets. The Central American countries is an example of that. We're going to work a lot to reinforce our presence in these countries. And of course, Asia, which is a great center for dynamic moves. And of course, we can think about China, but there are also interesting markets that we should consider. Sometimes not necessarily in the sector of pasta, breads, and cakes, but markets that could be relevant in the medium and long-term perspectives. And I would like to highlight India and Southeast Asia for that. So it is essential for us to be present there and for us to start create a foundation in all these markets. And Apex is going to be present with our offices and with the Foreign Affairs Ministry that will be mobilized to conquer our position in these markets. And one example that translates this search for healthier products or products that are fit for specific niches. So the free from trend is essential, and it is a constant present in our project. It's essential for us to continue with that work, trying to create, first identify and create these demands in terms of the correct products. So it's a constant effort of updating, of trying to define our competitive advantage, and that is the work that is truly going to make our position more relevant abroad and conquer new markets. I also believe that this is a transversal issue. We have our partnership with ABIMAPI and with other sectors in the Brazilian economy, but it has to do with the image that Apex works hard to create. This was a request that was made to me by the president of the Apex board, and I strongly believe that it goes back to what I was saying in the beginning, related to my professional experience, so in how gratifying it is to find Brazilian products abroad, and how these products become ambassadors for the country. And like I said, I was happy to work twice in Japan, which is a very special market for us because we do have a very relevant Brazilian community, a very present community that generates these demands, and a community that also works as ambassadors of our food tradition. So just to share a final story, and I'm sorry if I digress, but I'm sure you'll all be hungry after you hear this. Maybe some of you know, but in Japan the word for bread is pan, which comes from Portuguese. And this was an initial story that came back from our friends from Portugal, who back in the 16th century had a very strong presence in Japan. So that was the first connection that Japanese people had with bread. They use a lot of words coming from English, but Portuguese was the language that took a lot of words to Japan, and bread is one of them. So, and now we have almost 250,000 Brazilians there. We used to have 300,000 there, but due to this special relationship we have with Japan, there is a specific word in Japanese for pão de queijo. I don't know if you are aware of this, but many people know about pão de queijo, which is pão de queijo. So if you go to the Japanese Wikipedia, you will see and you will be able to find the item there. And this is amazing. This is a clear demonstration of our soft power, and it's a demonstration of how rich our culture is and how it generates very solid business opportunities for us. So that is what I would like to share with you. I would like to show how important this sector is for APEX. You can count on us. You can count on the Foreign Affairs Ministry to help you keep all these markets active. We work together with all the other areas from the federal government and other PAC areas, because together we will be able to do more in such challenging times, but that are also so filled with opportunities. You can count on us. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for this conversation, a very casual conversation, but a very informative one for sure. We saw the evolution that APEX have gone through in the past few years, and all the efforts that were made to position our country abroad so we could reach new markets and showcase the power and the potential that our products have. Something that we started discussing in Raquel's presentation, and now in the end with all the other presentations, we can see all the advantages that we have because of our diversity. We have a lot of questions, but I fear we have run out of time. We have a question by Isadora. Considering the scenario now with no or fewer, less government aid and gradually ending lockdown, what is the perception that Cantor have for the consumption of ABIMAPI products? Ligia Pugliese says, in Arthur's perspective, what is the consumption of ingredients for making bread at home in comparison with already packaged breads? Have consumers changed their habits today? What is the perception for points of sale and e-commerce? And Sandra by MV say, what products line are receiving the most investments by APEX? So I'm going to ask for all of you to keep the answers in your mind. I'm going to ask for the organizers to play the final video from our sponsors, and in the meantime we will make the arrangements so we can provide the answers to the questions that were sent via chat. So first, let's hear from our sponsors, those who have helped us build the event and our yearbook.
A Rigel Brasil é uma empresa com expertise em soluções para controle fúngico, com moderno parque fabril e experiência na indústria alimentícia. Mais que uma fornecedora de produtos, é uma parceira da sua empresa que se integra ao seu sistema produtivo. A Rigel Brasil tem uma linha de produtos para controle de fungos voltada para o setor alimentício, possuindo o produto certo para a sua linha. Indicamos a melhor forma de utilizá-los em seu processo, desde controles de qualidade até as relações que possuímos com os clientes e fornecedores. A empresa está comprometida com práticas sustentáveis e responsáveis que se estendem a todas as relações de negócios. A tradição e qualidade de seus produtos garantidos pelos nossos conservantes.
We'll be back in 1 minute. To end this amazing morning discussing technology, scientific research, and information, talking about the questions that you addressed to ABIMAPI and to our speakers, this is officially the betting pool of ABIMAPI for 2021 and for years to come. So now we're here to ask our three guests, since we're talking about the groceries, if they had 1 million reais or $1 million, where would they bet it? Where would they invest it? So Augusto, could you first tell us then, where would you be betting if you had all that money? Where would you be investing your money? Well, you know that this idea of prioritizing investments and, let's say, betting on something, the logic is always to become partners and sit down with our peers to find the responses. I cannot say that myself, because the way we work, the way we structure it, is by listening to entrepreneurs, listening to our industry peers to find solutions. So I'm not trying to skip the question, just want to say that there is a method to doing things that requires involving different players. But if you think about different segments, when we think about what Apex and ABIMAP do, that we say that it's the biscuits, pasta, breads, and industrialized cakes. We have been used with this segment, right? Biscuits, industrialized bread, industrialized cakes, pasta, and with that, we can segment the prioritized markets that can be defined. And my take-home message for you is yes, we have to prioritize things. Looking at what's going on in the world, we have to sit down together and find that we have some markets in Africa, in our area here in Latin America, in Central America, and in other countries like that, and also other markets with huge potential like China and the US. And as I said earlier as well, the United Arab Emirates, where we can grow a lot in the Middle East. Oh, so we found his bats. Great. Thank you very much for that. Now let's move on to Arthur. So Arthur, where would you or Nilsson bet in 2021 and in the next few years? Well, great. So what I can say is that we are betting on Oh, sorry, we lost you for a bit. Can you get back? Sorry. Can you hear me now? While Arthur is working with it, let's see if Raquel can respond first and then we get back to Arthur. Okay, so I will bet safely based on the figures that we have. We have seen a difference in some categories, and there are some markets that are growing a lot in value, especially breads and things using wheat flour. So customers, they want added value, and if they can balance value and benefits in categories that are now part of the daily lives of Brazilian households, that is definitely a safe bet, especially in terms of industrialized bread, including new segments and wheat flour. Raquel is betting on the winning team. She was more conservative in her investments to make sure that she will get a return on her investments, right? Arthur, are you back? Can you tell us more about your bets now? I don't think so. One more time. Let's try it one more time. Yeah, I think now I can do it. So I would bet on maintaining what we have seen as trends in 2020. So we have seen people eating more at home, cooking more at home. So this is what we expected. We see that it's an industrialized product that is healthier, perceived as healthier as well. So having this customer appeal, focus on the new demands that customers have now that they are staying home for longer. Okay, this was great. It was freezing a bit, but we were able to clearly understand what you meant. And now, before we end, I just want to teach you how to access our annual report, the one we've been showing you all morning long, and that has been prepared with all the love in the world for all of you. You can go to our website and download your report. So you just have to click it, and at the end, after you scroll down, you can click I want to see the full report. You just type in some very basic information and you will be able to get the PDF version in Portuguese, English, and Spanish. And if you are associated, if you're a member of ABIMAPI, you can also update your address to get the version in print designed by Rafaela and Daniel Sanchez, who helped us to make this version for you here in the studio. I'm here with Andrea, Estudio, and Zeraldo, organizing this event in a way that is clear for all of you with the Programa Som team. We also had the help of Trilha 91, G20 Digital, and Aprico Eventos with Selma and Sonia, who have done amazing work, as well as our translators João, Ana, Lúcia, Paula, and Fernanda. And we had 170 people connected to us today so that all of you could see the most up-to-date information in terms of what's going on in our industry, to see our annual report for ABIMAPI 2021, showing everything that took place throughout 2020 and throughout the COVID pandemic, which is not over yet, but we hope to now be seeing its final days with vaccination efforts that are being conducted not only to halt problems in our healthcare system and public health, but also the economy. So I'd like to thank all of you, all our speakers, and here I have back Claudio Zanão, our host here today, President of ABIMAPI. Now the final words are yours. I think his microphone is muted. Oh, yes. Can you hear me now? I think now you can hear me, right? Yes, one day I'll learn to unmute myself. But, well, I'd like to thank our sponsors. Without them, we wouldn't have been able to publish such an important publication. Also, like to thank our speakers, especially Augusto Pestana, who is here honoring us. I'd like to thank you on behalf of ABIMAPI. And you, yes, our host, who made this morning such a cheerful morning for all of us. And if I had to bet on anything for this year or the next or the near future, I would bet on ABIMAPI's team, represented here by Andrea, Mariana, and Guilherme. I'd like to congratulate ABIMAPI because you were able to brilliantly launch an amazing report to all of us. Thank you very much and have a nice evening. Thank you so very much. Now you can access our new report. I hope you can enjoy the content that we produce for you. See you next time.
Thank you.